Testing, testing. Okay, let me transition over. Hello and welcome everyone. Stuff is currently broken, so give me a moment to work on actually uh fixing some stuff. Because obviously the overlays are not working and yeah, stuff's just broken right now. I had to move a bunch of files over from one hard drive to the other, and that included all of my streaming stuff. And now OBS is like flipping out. And I wish with OBS, I wish you could just simply like change the drive letter. But no, it doesn't want to let you just change the drive letter. You have to like fully browse to the new location, even though the only thing that changed was the drive letter. It's really dumb and annoying. I'm sure there's probably a better way of fixing that. I just don't know. Actually, it probably has to do with. Oh wait, well the profile button is locked for me right now, but it probably has to do with the profile button. I'm assuming. I'm not sure, or maybe with all the scenes. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to correct that, to fix that. I'll just have to figure out what that method is, how to make it easier. But tonight we're gonna be doing, Blender stuff. We're gonna be making some props once I get calibrated here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Looks like more or less calibrated. It's also no longer spooky season, so we need to probably switch over to one of the other models. We haven't used this model forever, so I guess we'll use this model for tonight. Because I have yet to come up with another model design for the month. So until I come up with whatever this month's model is going to be, we will end up using this one for the time being. Let me go ahead and open up studio mode here real quick. Let's go to gaming mode. I need to figure out my windows here. Come on, Blender, hurry up and open. You can blend. I know you have it in you. Okay, so I have Blender in place. There's one more thing I need to put in place here real quick. If I could find it. And also yawning because I literally just woke up. So I am super tired. I just barely woke up. I thought it would take only an hour and a half nap. The hour and a half turned into like 2 hours and like 10 minutes. So that's just how it always is. You think you're going to have a quick nap, and that quick nap turns out to not be as quick as you were thinking. So that's what happened to me. I thought it'd be a quick nap, and it turned out to be a little bit more of a nap than I bargained for. But hey, I woke up, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna hit the live button, and go straight to working on stuff. So let me just condense some windows here on my screen. That way they are not getting in the way of the capture. Also, because I don't need y'all seeing what's on my Amazon cart right now and whatnot too, so that's another thing to close that window out entirely. And then move OBS out of the way. And then open up Opera, so that way we have a secure browser to look up stuff in. I just want to be able to, look up some reference material and whatnot for tonight. Okay, so tonight we're gonna make a couple props for VRM posing. Nothing too fancy. Also gonna talk about a complaint I have with VRM posing that unfortunately will not be addressed because the creator behind VRM posing desktop has confirmed to me that they are going to stop development of VRM posing desktop. So I don't really know what the future of that program's gonna be in terms of, you know, what will be the next thing that VTubers will use to do posing and artwork of their 3D avatars. Because right now, VRM posing for mobile and desktop is probably the best tool out there. And with the developer confirming that she was going to stop development of it, I'm just concerned the other alternatives that are out there really just aren't as good. There's one alternative specifically I can think of that is possibly better, that I remember testing quite some time ago. But unfortunately, that particular program is a paid program. It's not a free program. So, yeah, I'm just kind of a little concerned about how that's going to affect 3D VTubers going forward when the Premiere posing app is no longer available to everyone. So we'll talk about that in a bit, and the possible ideas for what we can do regarding that. I've actually considered asking. I'm not going to ask yet, but I've considered asking if it'd be possible to purchase the source code from them. I don't know how much they'd want for it, but I have considered asking it. Because I do think that their app is pretty much essential to keep around for 3D VTubers. So hopefully they'll be fine with that request. I don't know. Or we'll just have to make our own. Have to make our own new alternative, or a new competitor for that. I'm also going to be talking about another little tool that I found the other day that I think is just absolutely adorable. So, why does this keep... Speaking of this app though, data.community. Where's it storing stuff? I don't know. I want to add something here real quick. Just add a little cube here. Okay. Oh, drag this down. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about another little app I found I think is absolutely adorable of a 3D editor. So we're going to be playing around with that a little bit too. And something I want to try doing with it will be related to some news I have for this coming weekend. So this coming weekend, I've decided I'm finally going to treat myself. Finally. I don't know, I've thought about it, and I was like, you know what, I paid off one of my student loans entirely, I paid off one of my credit cards entirely. It'll be a little bit of a stretch money-wise, but, I get my paycheck, I believe, this Friday is when I get my paycheck. So, I was like, I need to pat myself on the back for the accomplishment, having paid off one of my student loans and paid off the whole credit card in full. So my paycheck should be large enough to cover both rent and buying a 3D printer. So I'm going to be buying a 3D printer this coming weekend. We'll have that set up. I don't know if we'll have it set up in time for next week's streams, but definitely the week after that we'll be able to start, printing stuff out on stream. And so I'm gonna finally take some time to design a whole new overlay that actually will have a spot for Blender and video games, but will also have a spot for a persistent camera that will be pointed at the 3D printer. So that way, as we are going along, we'll have that set up, and who knows, maybe we'll even have like an ASMR camera, or not camera, an ASMR microphone or something for the 3D printer. We'll have those like a chat redeem or something. But I figured we can start doing some 3D printing stuff as early as this weekend. Depends on how fast it takes for it to arrive, because I will be buying it online. I was going to go to my local Micro Center and buy it there. However, they are out of stock at my current Micro Center, which really sucks because Micro Center listed for like a whole $300 cheaper than retail. But they don't have any in stock. They do have it in stock, I believe, at other Micro Centers, but not at the Micro Center closest to me. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to go in person to go buy it, and I'm gonna have to just ship it and hope it gets here in time. But with that being said, though, I think one of the first projects I want to do with the 3D printer is we're gonna make a video game sort of console. Let me show you what exactly it is that we'll be playing with. Just give me a moment here just to grab something off of itch real quick. Let me grab something off of itch.io. I thought it was on itch. Where's it at? Give me a second. I need to figure out all my tabs. I'm one of those people that I have just tabs everywhere, so I sometimes kind of like picture where the fuck things even are. That's Unity, that's Booth, that's GitHub, that's not the GitHub I'm looking for. Give me a second just to find something real quick. Here. Look at this. Is this the Humble Bundle? That's kind of neat if it is. That's kind of cool. Sorry guys, I got totally distracted by something just now. It'd be like that sometimes. But y'all know how it is with me. I get distracted easily by like the tiniest of things. Oh, it was the Humble Bundle. Oh, neat. Okay. Okay. Hold on, I'm just waiting for something to open up here. WinRAR is still putting in work. It's funny because Windows 11 now supports .war files natively, but it's still such dog shit support for the file type that I'm still using WinRAR because it just works way better than whatever is built into Windows 11. But I'm trying to open something up real quick before I switch over to the other screen. I'm trying to open something up here. Let's see here. Get this running. Gotta paste in CDP, I believe. Also, does this not have me logged in? No, it does have me logged in. Okay. Here a moment. This thing is going to take its time to open up, and I want to make sure that it doesn't open up on the wrong part of the screen before I go to, I want to expose my CDP, you know. Come on, hurry up. Now the only problem is this thing seems to take forever to launch. I'm hoping when we go to build the console with this, we'll be on Linux, so it probably won't be as bad. The hope at least. because we'll be using a tiny little Linux computer for the little makeshift game console. I'll be using a Raspberry Pi. I'm debating on making it even smaller and going to the Raspberry Pi Zero. I'm just not really sure. There's also a new Raspberry Pi 5 coming out soon. So it's kind of a debate. Do I buy Pi 4? Do I buy a Pi Zero 2? Or do I buy a Raspberry Pi 5? Or some sort of other similar device, like a BeagleBone or something. Yeah, I know I double-clicked on this to open it. And this is taking a sweet time to open. Come on, hurry up. Yeah, why is it taking forever? Task Manager. Give a second, open up Task Manager and try to find this process under the process list. Just make sure it even is running. And it should be. Keywords should be running. But I don't know, sometimes stuff is just weird. So I do see the process here in the background. There it goes. It took forever. Do I need to... Well, this is all command line, which is really neat. I just want to make sure, do I need to do anything? Okay. And then update. Full. Okay, yeah, so I can safely put this on screen now. That's just what I'm gonna do. Okay, so let me go ahead and drag this out. So what we're gonna do is let's switch screens. That's the wrong screen. Give me a moment. Like I said, my stuff's all kind of like messed up right now. It didn't fade. I don't think that faded.Maybe it did fade. I don't know. I wasn't quite paying enough attention to be able to tell, in all honesty. But anyways, so we have two things here on screen. My head's kind of blocking one. I found this nifty little thing the other day called Pico 8. And Pico 8 is a basically, they call it a fantasy console. And what it basically is it's a open source, not open source, somewhat open source, semi-open source. It's a video game console made from scratch essentially, and it'll run on Windows, Linux, Macintosh, and it runs on obviously like Raspberry Pi. And it's basically a homebrew console for homebrew games that are all going to be like 8-bit and stuff. There's no clones over here of the Suica game that everyone's been enjoying. If I should be hitting enter, I want to just go ahead and run a cart, and we can see here. So we have this marble merger. Press O to actually it's going to be Z. And we basically have here, we have Suica game as like an 8-bit kind of experience here. I'm gonna drop this. I haven't actually played much of Suica games, so I don't really think I'm gonna be doing all that good. But it's a nifty little clone of it, There we go. Oh, come on, really? Really? There we go. I drop this in the middle. So yeah, what we have, like I said, it's a fantasy-ish, and it's fantasy in the sense that it's a non-existent game console, but it is still technically a game console nonetheless. It has its own like DOS-based kind of thing, which is really cool. It reminds me a lot of like programming in BASIC, for example. So it's a pretty cool little thing, and I figured, and I was like, it'd be kind of cool to, build a little tiny console using this. Specifically, it'll be, depending on how we do it, the idea is to try to make it small enough to fit within a 1/12 scale arcade cabinet, with a functioning buttons and functioning joystick. So the goal is to make a 1/12 scale arcade machine that'll be fully operational. I'm a little doubtful we'll get it to be that small. With the 3D printer that I bought, we'll just have to give it a try and find out. But that's sort of the goal, is to make a little console for it. And what kind of spurred it to me, what kind of introduced me to this whole thing, is I found... Oh, hold on. I need to be better with my drops here. Okay, there we go. And then put this one here. And then this one can drop right here. Perfect. There we go. So instead of watermelons, obviously it is marbles. There is actually like a proper clone from what I've seen. But I just wanted to kind of demonstrate what this thing does. And if it escapes, we can exit back out to this little explorer thing, where we can see all kinds of different games available to us. There's a ton of them, so maybe we'll do some streams where we just find some games from here and give them a try and just see what they're about, see what can be done with this little thing. I've even considered, maybe we try to make our own game with it, because it doesn't seem like it'd be too hard. However, I'm not that good at pixel art, so we'll have to figure out how we're going to do the pixel art. But yeah, it's just this really cool little fantasy game console thing, and I thought it'd be a fun little way to make a little miniature game console for my anime figures that I like to build, because I have tons of anime figures that I like to build. And we're going to be doing a lot of building streams in the near future. We'll be building a ton of figures, because I have a ton. Here we go. Here's the proper Suika game. Yeah, so we have here... Oh, there is audio. That's loud as fuck. Give me a second. Volume mixer. Bring this down. And I'll bring it down to like here. Yeah, that shouldn't be too loud now. Okay. Yeah, so we have here, we have this, I want to call it 8-bit. It's, I guess closer to 16-bit. Yeah. But it's a cool little, game console thing. It's got all kinds of cool little stuff we can do with it. Let's go ahead and drop these in here. One of those will get converted. There we go. This one's gonna get converted next. I'm gonna get so distracted from what was the purpose of tonight's stream while trying to play this. And you'll notice the graphics are quite limited. To my knowledge, the graphics of this whole thing is 100% limited to, I believe, 128 by 128 pixels, and then it just gets scaled up. So you can't really, you're not going to get that high of fidelity out of it, but it is still just a cool little thing to play around with. And there's a bunch of like Metroidvania type games and stuff for it as well, which are always fun. I haven't played any like good Metroidvanias in a very long time. I used to make my own Metroidvanias. I was one of those kids. I would sit there with a program called, it's Game Maker, but it started the Y in front of it. Let me see if I can figure out what it was. Let me pull up that browser window. Or maybe it's just called Game Maker now? I don't know. Oh yeah, Yo-Yo Game Maker. That's what it was. It was Yo-Yo Game Maker, and you would use Yo-Yo Game Maker, and it was really nice to set up, because you would just have a room, and it would go, okay, here is player, here's the background, here's the foreground, and it automatically would take care of like the collisions and stuff. And go, here's an enemy, and then you would hit the button to go to the next room, and then it would make stuff in the next room, kind of thing. It was a very it was a very easy engine for making Metroidvania type games. So I used to play around with that a lot to make my own. But yeah, I wanted to, make use of this. Now I'm like kind of curious as to like how high of a score can I even get on this thing. We're supposed to be doing art. We're supposed to be doing Blender stuff, and here we are playing a Suika game clone that is, I don't know, it's cute though. It's really cute. Oh, I did not mean. Wait, why is it just dropping stuff? I didn't tell it to keep dropping. It just kept like dropping on its own. That was not cool. I didn't want to do that. It just kept dropping on its own. There we go, and then that's gonna become a lemon. Yep, that instantly changed into the next one. I don't know if in the proper Suika game, if these like roll around or not. I'm not really sure about that, but they definitely roll around here. I'm gonna drop that one there. That's going to roll onto the top of there. Put that one there. That way in the future, and that strawberry gets changed, it'll turn into the next one. Okay, so yeah, we need the strawberry here. That's not quite going to work how I was hoping it would work. It's just going to bounce shit around. Oh, come on. There we go. Then drop that there. That's going to change that one. Trying to think where it's going to land. There we go, and then we can go ahead and bring this. Yeah, so like I said, it's a cute little console, but what introduced me to this is, let's go ahead and well, no, we'll try to go, we'll keep going until we lose, and then I'll explain what introduced me to this and why I want to 3D print a little 1/12 scale arcade machine for this. Because it was something I found the other day. I found it on Twitter, ironically, through an advertisement on Twitter. I don't usually click on ads I see on Twitter for a good reason, but I found an ad on Twitter that made me click on it because it introduced me to this thing here. And it was an ad for a cute little program that I bought instantly. I bought it within like a minute of seeing it. Oh, come on. Come on. There you go. That's not the transformation I was hoping for, but it's better than nothing. I'll take it. Come on, get in there. There we go. And then this one needs to go right over here. Nope, we need to roll down this way. Stop being dumb. Well, it's me that's being dumb, but still. I need to stop being dumb. I'm such a internally blonde person at times. Oh, here we go. We're finally gonna get some good transformations out of all this. Finally. Gonna drop that one. It's gonna roll down. It's supposed to roll down that way, damn it. Okay, throw that one there. See if this one can land right in there. Nope. It's the wrong direction, damn it. I have to go not that way. Drop that one. Drop lemon. I think that was a lemon. Okay, clearly I'm not the best at this by any means. I seem to be quite terrible at this, clearly. But you know, you get the idea behind this little game console thing now. Yeah, we totally fucked this up. There's no way we're gonna get that that sweet 3000 that everyone's been trying to get. At least I don't think I'm gonna be able to get that right now. Um, but I don't know, it's kind of a fun little thing. Oh, there we go. No, we might actually stand a chance at some stuff now. Probably not going to clear the whole pathway, but I don't know. We'll see what is it going. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah. So we lost. Anyways, so you can see here. It's a cute little game console, and like I said, if I exit out of here, there's a ton of other games made with it. So I don't know. I think it'll just be really cool to do. Like here's a Flappy Bird clone. I'm terrible at Flappy Bird, but hey, you know what? Pretty neat. Now we can make my little anime figures that we're gonna be building. We can make them all play Flappy Bird or something else. Again, I'm terrible at this. Yeah, I am absolutely terrible at this. Wait, no, that's not fair that it's like all the way down there. That's bullshit. It shouldn't be down there. Anyways, what introduced me to this was... Wait, is this ski free? No, this is something else. Sorry. I get distracted easily. Like I said, I get distracted super easily by stuff. But there's all kinds of just cool looking games on here. I think it'll just be kind of fun to explore every now and then. Yeah, but anyways, what introduced me to it is this thing here called PicoCAD. Now, PicoCAD is a 3D CAD modeler, similar to Blender. Similar here, you can see here we have our default cube. There is a default cube right here, so we have our default cube. Just like you'd have your default cube in Blender. And you can do all the same things you could do in Blender. So if I wanted to, like, come over here, I can grab this top face. I can hit the extrude button, which I believe is E. No, it's not E. Actually, it is E. If I click on the face, then hit E, we're gonna go ahead and extrude, and then we can, click on another face here, and we can extrude out that face. And then we'll click on another one, go extrude up. Maybe we'll click on this side here again, and then maybe we want to, extrude downwards. So what we need to do is we need to come over here to our camera, and we can rotate our camera around. I need to make sure my mouse stays in view. We can rotate our camera around, extrude. Nope, not there. Extrude on this side, extrude downwards. And then let's go ahead and go back up here to the top. And we can extrude upwards. We can zoom out if we need to. We can adjust our shape a little bit. So maybe we want to make this into like a little rocket kind of shape. We can go ahead and do that. Kind of want to grab these vertices here. And I want to bring them all into the center, but they are kind of all like offset from where they need to be. So we need to just drag them into the direct center here. Now some of these points clearly aren't like lined up, but we can just manually drag these over as best as we can. We can get a little bit of a better idea of what our little dragging is doing over here. I keep moving my mouse in a way that my wrist hits the mouse. It's being a little bit annoying. Let me move our camera up here. There we go. So, we have this little castle or rocket shape here. We can go into this view, and then if we hit this button up here, it gives us a textured mode. Now, obviously, don't have any. This is actually solid color mode. We do have a textured mode as well as shading. I don't have any texture applied to this right now, so we just have a basic thing. There is actually UV mapping as a feature, so For UV mapping, we can come over here. We can like click on the face. I don't know, click on this face or whatever. Click on that one. And we have a little UV mapping tool here where we can UV map it and drag it out. Maybe I want to only, drag out this corner. I want to drag out that corner. And down here, same thing. Try to make it all square if we can. There we go. Yeah, we have UV mapping and stuff. It's a really cool little thing to play around with. But I found this and I thought it was just absolutely adorable of a 3D editor, 3D modeler. Don't know why I said editor, 3D modeler. But yeah, I just thought it was absolutely adorable thing to be able to come up here. And because it's set up with this like CAD setup, it works very similarly to how the tools that I first learned how to do 3D work from work. When I first learned 3D modeling, I learned 3D modeling with a view that was just like this. And so I learned all kinds of little tricks for optimization and whatnot. And I was thinking it'd be fun to, basically I want to take a Raspberry Pi and I want to solder on like a screen directly to the Raspberry Pi and some little buttons. And then I think it'd be kind of cool to use this Pico CAD tool to model a case, to model the case for itself. And then it does have the ability to export. It can export, we can export GIFs, but it can also, I believe, save directly as a OBJ file. It can export as an OBJ. Output folder. We don't have anything saved. Save. So it gives me just like a text file right now. It just gives me like a text file for the model. But there is a way, an official way to convert it to an OBJ file. I thought maybe the save as would work, but I guess not. Save as doesn't actually do that. But there is a method of exporting it to an OBJ file. So I was thinking, basically what we'd do is we would do the whole model as much as we can, do the whole model here in PicoCAD, and then we would take that model, convert it to an OBJ file, and then we can load it up into Blender if we need to. Doing a cleanup. The most we'll probably do after learning into Blender is just making sure that the scale is proper, because I have no clue about scaling in here. There's no measuring tools, so we don't know if we're going to be at the proper scale. So we'll probably end up using Blender just to check our scaling, and then we'll throw it over to either Kira or Prusa Slicer. I have both of those installed right now. Probably use Kira, because I think Kira works better for the particular 3D printer that I am buying. But we'll model a whole case here in PicoCAD, and then we'll throw it over to Kira. We'll print it out, and then we'll use PicoCAD itself to essentially design, as a CAD tool, to design its own shell. I think that'll be a really fun project for one of the first projects we do using the 3D printer. I think that'll be a really fun project to do. And yeah, the thing's really cute. It's got some neat little features. Obviously, it's not as like well featured as some things would be. We can do like the texture, draw behind, shading, double-sided, color. We can actually just do like a raw color here. So we can actually, just pick like whatever color we want. I think that's on the back side here. If they're not gonna let me color it. Rotate mesh, trace, props, color mesh. I don't know. Let's go with this blue color, I guess. or maybe it's because I have it set to textured view. There we go. Yeah, so we can, we can change our colors around. We can color individual faces. We don't have to color the whole thing. We can color only the one face if we wanted to. So we can do some cool stuff with that. It does have dithering as well, and you can see here we can toggle on shading as if there's a light or not. We can toggle on different little things. This is wireframe view. You can even do little GIFs. So if we come over here, you can tell it to make a GIF, and it's going to basically spin that model around the axes, and then it will give you a GIF of that. Now that GIF should be in the PicoCAD folder. Maybe in this folder here. And then it gives us this cute little GIF. I think what you probably want to do before doing a GIF, if you're going to be making one, is first off, make sure, let's select our entire model here. And let's just put our whole model right here in the middle of the axes. And then, let's see here, what's the button I need to press to move it down? Drag the whole thing up, I guess. If I want it to be centered up with the axes, then we can zoom in a little bit off there. Let's bring the whole thing down in, I don't know, about here. There we go. So we can bring it like right here. And then from here, what you can do now is just go over here to export GIF, go medium spin. It's going to spin it around that little center point. And then now we have a little GIF here of that model. So we can even use this to do some kind of cool little animation stuff for that little like tiny screen if we wanted to. Or for just like other stuff in general, we can do kind of cool little things with it. I have a few ideas for cute little scenes I want to try doing entirely with PicoCAD. I was thinking of trying to recreate some little cutout sections of classic video game levels. Because I was thinking that'd be kind of a cool little thing to do, would be to cut out some of those classic video game level sections. And yeah, like I said, there's all kinds of cool stuff. We can extrude out here. We can kind of, sort of, use it in the same way Blender can, where you can use it as a single view. It's not really the best this way because it doesn't really let you click on the direct corners like you get to in the other views. But you can still, you can click on stuff, you can rotate it. I can not want to rotate it that way. Do with Control C to delete those rotations. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool things. Like I said, you got this draw behind. There's this other mode for no texture, no shading. See here, where is it? Face props, no shading. We'll go ahead and we'll turn off no texture. Turn off no texture. We'll turn off. Actually, we'll leave draw behind on. Yeah, draw behind's not working. But the draw behind is basically going to be like your back face culling kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of cool little tool here. We don't really call it a tool, it's more like a toy. It's a cute little toy is what it is. But in this view here, if we were trying to use it entirely like we would Blender, the most you do is extrude in this view, because it doesn't allow you to grab the polygons directly here. So you would have to go back to this view, and then you can do stuff. And you can actually, you can move the view around. That way you're only working with a single side. You don't have to work entirely with it in this view here if you're struggling to see stuff. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and we'll do a new file here real quick. So we just clear this out completely. And we'll start off with a simple, we'll start off with default cube. We have our cube. Let's put this in a way where we get some little bit of shading on there. Not the best of shading, but we have some shading. And yeah, so we can start to pull things around. Now, one thing I have noticed is that there's no inset faces button. So if you're like used to Blender, for example, also I want to scale this up. Can I scale this up? I believe there is a way to scale it up. Let's just go ahead and we'll do the smart thing here. We're in the wrong folder. PicoCAD. There is actually a user manual, so it's probably helpful for us to actually go through and read the user manual. But there should be a button to scale, I believe. I remember seeing something about it here in the user manual. So I'm just going to do a quick read through the user manual and see if I can find it. Scale mesh, hover over a mesh and press Y or U. Okay, so that's what we want. We want to press Y or U. Okay, and then double click build view button. Oh, okay, that's incorrect. Oh, that's reset. Okay. Yeah, so it'll be Y or U to scale. So if we select the whole thing, so Y makes it smaller, and then U is going to make it bigger. So let's go and make our cube bigger. So maybe not that big. I don't know, right here should be fine. So one thing I did notice, or that I found when playing around with this, is that obviously there's no inset faces button. So if you wanted to do, say you wanted to have like a face that comes up from here, you would have to do it the old way, the way I used to do it back when I was a kid. You would extrude out like so, and then you would have to manually inset that face. Gonna be on this side now. So yeah, we'd have to come over here and do it this way. Make sure we're staying level here. Just bring it in, and then you would take all of these, and then you would drag all of these down. I think I am slightly off on my level there. I think one of these is a little bit higher than it should be. Not like it's a huge deal, but then you could extrude upwards from there, and then you can you'd have to do the same thing. So now if we want to extrude this outwards, you select this top face, hit extrude, and then you will have to flatten those out. So you would take these, and then you would flatten them back out. And I'm using my cursor to select these. You don't actually need to use your cursor. You can do this entirely with just the arrow keys. But I'm using my cursor to do it. When we build the little console for it, we're not going to have the arrow keys. So that's just something I'm trying to keep in mind. Because the way we're going to be building that is going to be built in a way that we won't have those arrow keys. Now, sometimes it does get a little bit hard to kind of select some of these because they end up out of the way. So here we're in the correct spot, but obviously height-wise we're not, so we need to bring it down. So there we go. And then you can see here there is some back face like cooling going on, and that's something we can fix. But now we can extrude upwards, and you would have to do that. So if we were trying to like make a tree, for example, we'd have to extrude and then flatten or inset by hand in order to do it. You're not gonna have all the fancy tools that we would have in Blender, because like if we were to come over here to Blender, now if we were to come over here to Blender to do the exact same thing that we were just doing, you would come over here and like say we'd scale this down, and then you would just select this top face. You would go inset, and then you would drag that in. Okay, I wanted to not do that. Drag that in. Yeah, basically, do the same thing in Blender, make that same exact like little shape. Just do it like that, and then extrude up, and then extrude up again, and then you would select all of these here, and you can do Control E, or not Control E, Control S? Nope, not Control S. I remember, what was it? Oh, here it is, Alt E, and then do extrude along face normals, and then there we go. We have that same shape, and half the time, actually maybe even more, closer to like a fraction of the time, very very short amount of time for that to do that same kind of shape. So we don't have all the same fancy tools here, but it's a cool little thing. It's a cute little thing. It's like I said, if you want to make a tree, well, 8-bit tree. I don't know if it counts. I don't think it counts as 8-bit. It feels closer to like 16-bit to me. But we'd be able to, drag in our shapes here. And I don't know. I don't really know where we're making in here anymore. I kind of didn't align these all properly. Go ahead and Control Z on that. Gonna bring all of these in, I don't know, two spaces each, and then 2 spaces, and then we'll do the same thing on this side. We'll do 2 spaces in, and then we can start to color it. So let's go to this little view here, and then we'll come down here. We go to, well, here, let's do this. Let's color the whole mesh. We don't have like a dark green. Oh, we do have a dark green actually. So we have a dark green color here. So we have dark green. Probably then what we'll do is we'll grab like this face. We'll color this one brown. We have to rotate around, select our different faces. We can rotate around. Go to this one here. Make this one brown too. Got this face. We're gonna just color all the faces here. Nope, I did not mean to color the whole mesh. I want to color only the face. So I'll color this one that brown color. Let's make sure that every face has that brown color there. It's a kind of neat little color palette. It does the job. And then up here, we can, tell it to make this one a brighter green, so that way we know, okay, this is going to be like, I don't know, leaves or something. So we can then go to here. And it does take quite a bit of clicking. That takes quite a bit of clicking to get it where you want. But hey, it does the job. And that's really what matters the most, that it does the job. Actually, I kind of like the idea. Here, let's do this. No, I don't want to clone it. I did not mean to clone it. I hit the wrong button and I cloned it on accident. Let's actually make this here. Let's make the top of the tree be the darker green. We can make this one here, and then we'll go over here, paste crops, go to color, set that one, and then what we'll do is we'll set this down here to be that bright. We'll set these ones down here to be that brighter green. So that way we know that that's grass right there. Nope, don't clone it. I keep hitting the wrong button. That's definitely a me problem, that I keep hitting that button on accident. And face props into the color. There we go. And I don't know, down there, since that's going to be like dirt or sand, we can figure out something to do. We can actually just delete the faces entirely. So if we want to delete the face, we can delete the face here. We'll flip it around. Now see here, now we delete those faces. If we were to come here now, then we were to go to like draw behind. Actually, I think we need to have double-sided on first. If we go double-sided, and now you'll see here that being double-sided, you can see back there we have that back face cooling now. Or the not cooling. We're no longer cooling, we're now showing our back face, is what it is. So, yeah, and then we can obviously, we'll just we'll delete that space here. And we have this one here we need to delete. We'll go ahead and just delete this one. And there we go. We now have a little tree. It's not the best of looking trees. Um, Definitely probably do a better looking tree. Before a quick, very short introduction to what this PicoCAD is, I think it's a pretty cool little tool. Like I said, there's a lot that I want to, do with it. Here, I don't think hitting delete or backspace works to delete those. I think I have to actually do it this way. There's some little quirks to it. Obviously, there's some little quirks here and there. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty cool little thing. Just put our perspective there, and then we can toggle on the shading on and off. There's different like things we can set up here. If we add textures, if we want to apply textures to it, we can apply textures. I don't have any textures prepared for this because I just kind of did this real quickly, and we could probably make a super quick texture, but I'm not a pixel artist. I'm not that good at pixel art, so probably not. But I do like to say, no, we could come here, we can do some UV mapping with it if we had textures for it. And yeah, we come here now, and we just go to export GIF. We'll go medium spin. It'll give us a cool little spin animation here of a little tree that we just did. There's a little 6-second GIF, and I can open up that GIF. I'm gonna have to go through files. I think here it is. Yep. And here we are. We have a neat little GIF now of a tiny little tree that we just modeled out in like a few minutes. So I think it's really neat. I think it's a really cool little toy to play around with, and it's what got me to get the whole idea of once I get my 3D printer, once I get that in, I'll go and I buy a Raspberry Pi, and we'll make a little 1/12 scale arcade machine or computer, whichever it is. We'll make something of the sort using PicoCAD as a proper CAD tool, just to see if it's even possible to use it as a proper CAD tool. I believe it is. It will take a lot of work. It'll probably be like a full, I don't know, like 4 or 5 hour stream of just doing the modeling work in it. Because we're going to want to make sure that we're going to have some solidity and whatnot, and figuring out where different like parts need to go. But it's a neat little thing to play around with. Let's see here. We can go ahead and we'll save this as tree underscore. Actually, it's not underscore. Is underscore? Tree underscore one. The tree underscore one dot text has been saved. Yeah, it's a neat little thing. I think this thing is really cool. They do have some like example files here. Not right here, but there is some example files available. I think in this thing here, or examples. So let me go ahead and copy some of these examples over into the files here. Just to show you some of the stuff that it could possibly be used for. So if we go here, we go to our view files. Oh, I want to actually open a file. What I want to do, open. I don't want to do a new file. I don't want to add any planes or anything. I want to open an existing file. Oh, you know what? I believe all you gotta do actually is just drag it onto the window. Yeah, if you just drag it onto the window, then it'll open up and here we have all of our different primitives. We can, there's a little toaster model here that is kind of neat. I'm trying to figure out how to pan around in this mode. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, so we got a little toaster that you can, do all kinds of different little things. See here, this one seems kind of neat. This one is a submarine file. So we have a little submarine scene here, and you can see how they're making use of like the back face rendering for this. So basically what they did here with the cylinder, this whole cylinder here is one big mesh, and then they have the normals inverted, so that way you can see into it. It's really neat, really cool little thing. And then they have this one here, which is a little tank. So they made an itty bitty little tank with it. And then, like I said, these can be exported to a OBJ file. And then with that OBJ file, you can take it, do all kinds of other stuff for it. They actually do have a sample texture. They have like a sample texture, which you can apply to some of these vehicles. So if we wanted to see here, yeah, so they have a little sample texture here, and you can see here what it's like with having textures applied to it. So we got different little cars here, and they have textures applied to them because they are UV mapped, and you can actually see that UV mapping ability here. So if I were to, select, let's see here, let's select, I'll select this thing, select this truck here. So if we select this truck here, then you can see our little UV mapping tool. And it's very powerful of a UV mapper for the limitations of what this little thing is. I think it's a pretty powerful little UV mapper. It's probably one of the better UV mapping software for 3D model, to be honest. UV mapping is horrible. I hate UV mapping. Not really. I like to make UV maps that are functional, but I hate working with other people's UV maps, if that makes sense. I like to do my own UV maps, because when I do my own UV maps, I can make sure that they're going to be laid out in a way that is logical to me, and it's easy for me to work with a UV map. Whereas using someone else's UV map, 9 times out of 10, it just ends up being a blob of UVs, and I hate it. So the fact that this thing is pretty simple, to me, it just makes it really wonderful to see, and I think it's pretty neat. Yeah, cause like you have just down here just little UVs for the windshield. Here's little front face of the vehicle. Up here is going to be the top of the car, top of the truck, top of this little box truck here. They have the whole thing applied to there. Yeah, I mean it's pretty nifty of a tool for it. You can see here they actually used two different boxes for this. So it's pretty cool of a little thing to play around with. And you can see all that wireframe down here. 1, 2, up here. Do a little medium spin, little go around here with all the vehicles. We can move these around too pretty easily. But that's gonna give us this cute little go around here of all those. So yeah, very cute little thing. I look forward to playing around with it and seeing what we can build with it. we're not going to need to worry about UV mapping for making the arcade machine with it, but it'll be a cool little fun project to play around with. Yeah, and so that's what introduced me to the Pico 8 console, which is what we were playing around with earlier. Was the Pico 8 console, where we were playing the Suica game kind of thing, was with that. So it's a neat little thing, very cool little CAD tool. It's definitely not a replacement for Blender. So it's not going to become like a routine thing on here, because obviously there's so much more we can do in Blender. Blender has way more options available to us for stuff we can do. If we're trying to like make this into like a let's see, you're trying to like make this into some sort of I don't know, like pagoda or something. We can much more easily do that here by sliding like this upwards, and then we can take like base here, and then we can like inset this in. I always hate sometimes the insetting on here, because it's all based on your position of your cursor. It can be kind of annoying at times, and you also have to kind of like make sure that stuff is going to be getting it even. Yeah, it should be fine there. Okay, boundary, and then just kind of extrude this inwards. And then we can do some cool little stuff where we can put like a little like light or something in there. I don't know, we can figure out something for it. Or maybe what we actually want to do is select this whole thing here. Then we can go to to inset. Now I don't want it to inset only downwards. I want it to inset all the way in, and it's not doing that for whatever reason. Edge drill, individual, there we go. Have to kind of play around it a little bit. That should be good there. And then we can do an extrude inwards. So we do not control, it's gonna be Alt E, extrude along face normals, and then we can inset the entire thing inwards. And yeah, like there's all kinds of like much faster ways of doing stuff, obviously, because Blender has all the tools we need to make it a much quicker experience. But it's really neat. We could do, let's say if we want to, we can extend this out, and then we can grab this whole thing. It's going to be Alt E to extrude along face normals again. Bring it out like so. I'm going to grab this top one and just bring this top one. Wrong button. Bring it up like that. And then let's actually merge all of these here at the center. Now we do have a little bit of an issue here with some of these going through. That's not a huge deal. We can easily clean that up, but what I'm saying is like, or we can even just leave it as like a stylistic kind of thing. But compared to PicoCAD, Blender is exponentially faster than PicoCAD will ever be. Yeah, so let's go ahead and create a new file here of our default cube. And I don't think we're going to delete our default cube, but we don't necessarily need the default cube right now. So I'm just going to, we're just going to delete the default cube. Goodbye, default cube. I know that you don't want to be destroyed, but unfortunately it is just the fate of the default cube to always be destroyed. Which is how it be. Let me go ahead and pull up a reference here real quick. I want to make a weapon for one of our models to be thrown into VRM posing desktop in a few minutes. So let's go ahead and align our grid here. We're going to start off. This weapon is going to be a little bit iconic of a weapon to video gamers. So if you are a gamer, you'll probably recognize this weapon that we're going to be building here. Let's go ahead and rotate this that way. Should be negative 90 degrees. Actually, make sure we're facing the correct direction. Yeah, okay, good enough. And we're going to shrink it down. And we'll probably end up shrinking this down even more, but I think right now, this is probably fine as it is. And then, see here. So I want to kind of plan for how I'm going to do the actual modeling of this. I don't want it to be super detailed right now, because I am going to be kind of lazy tonight. Again, I just barely woke up about an hour and a half ago. I literally woke up at like 8 to 10 p.m. and I went straight from the bed to being live here on Twitch. So I don't want to be too detailed with this, and this might actually be too many polygons as well, thinking about it, for the level of detail that we're going to need, because we want to also make sure that this is going to be low poly enough to give to other people to be able to download and use it. So I'm actually going to delete this. Let's go and delete this cylinder. We'll add a new cylinder here. So let's go over here. We're going to add a cylinder, and we're going to take it from 32 vertices probably down to 16. I don't think we want to go any lesser than 16 for this, because we want it to quite noticeably be rounded. So probably won't go any lesser than 16, but we could go as low as 8. But I think 16 sides will be enough. And we can do our rotation here in the process here. Let's go to 90 degrees. And actually, it's not to 90 degrees on that side. Let's do 90 degrees on this side. That didn't move. Okay, zero that out. 90 degrees here. Yeah, okay, so do 90 degrees there. For the radius and depth, I think we can get away with 0.1. Might as well just set up everything here. And that actually works out a little bit better for the overall shape that we're going to want. Let's actually set this to 1 meter because we're going to need to make some adjustments here. So I think 1 meter will probably be fine. Alright, and so now we can go here and we can start modeling. It's going to be a lot of extruding, but you guys are probably going to be used to that. So let's go ahead. We're going to grab this face here. And you know what? Let's actually let's set up some materials along the way. So we're going to do a new material. We're going to select all these faces. We're going to assign this new material. We're going to bring this base color down to kind of like a dark color there. Okay, but then let's go ahead and we're going to label this handle. So we're going to label that handle. And then we'll label this next one. So we'll do a new material. And I don't know what to call this. So we're going to just call this, I don't know. We'll label this as metal, I guess. I don't know. We'll label it as metal for now. We'll figure out a name for it as we go along. I'm going to set this one to kind of like a bluish color. So we're going to make use of that. Let's go ahead and add another material here. We're going to turn off nodes. We're going to set this one to a gray color. We're going to label this one blade. And then, actually this is handle inner. And then we'll do one more material. It's going to be handle outer. And then this one, we will make a yellow color. So probably about there. And we'll fine tune these colors as we go along. We'll fine tune them. And then we'll do one more, which is going to be, I guess we'll just label this as a chain. So we'll go ahead and make one last material. And we'll leave it as sort of a silvery color. And we'll label this as chain. Okay. We have our, base colors here. I'm going to do now is I'm going to extrude this one here, and I'm actually going to select the whole thing here. I actually need to select that face. If I want to select this whole thing, now see, we don't want to, what we don't want is we don't want it to scale the entire thing, but it does need to be scaled down just a little bit. So hold down Alt, hit E, extrude along normals, and just make it a little bit smaller, not by a whole bunch, just a little bit smaller there. This face here, we're just gonna end up deleting this face, and you can select, if it'll let us, select that there, and we'll just delete that face as well. And then go to our edge tool, and then we'll just fill that in with a whole new face. And probably, realistically, what we probably could do is actually make this a little bit longer, because our handle is going to get in the way of this. Our handle is going to block it off. So let's go ahead and actually make this a little bit longer. I don't know, maybe about there. I'm just kind of doing this all by eyeballing it right now, so not really a whole lot of thought has been put into it. I'm going to extrude it now, so we're going to extrude it. And then same thing, just going to delete this face here that becomes hollow, and we're going to extrude these outwards. So Alt E, extrude along normals, make it bigger. That might be a little bit too big. No, actually that should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. And now we could, you know, we can add a face in here, like so. What I might actually do is just delete all those faces, and then just select that edge loop. I'm going to select this whole edge loop here, then just add one big face to it, make it a little bit easier. Okay, and with this, we're going to extend that blade out quite a bit. So we're going to bring it up to, I don't know, probably about there. Actually, it might need to be a little bit longer than that. I'm looking at this. So let's actually go, I don't know, about here. We'll figure it out as we go along. Now we're going to add some edge loops to this. So let's go ahead and add some edge loops here. So for edge loops, it's going to be Control R. And we're going to drag it down. I don't know, probably about here. And then we'll add a couple more edge loops here. So I think actually what we need to do is we need to have two, no, we need 3 total edge loops. Yeah, we need 3 total edge loops. Okay. That should be good right there. And then here's what we're going to do. We're going to select, not that, we want to go back to our face selection, select that one, and select this one. We're going to extrude these long face normals and bring them in, I don't know, maybe that much. I probably could be a little bit more precise with this, but I don't know. I'm not really trying to do anything super fancy with it right now. I'm not trying to be like completely exact with it. But let's go ahead and apply our materials here real quick. So what I'm going to do is let's assign this the blade material, and we'll assign these ones also the blade material. And also these insets are way too spread apart, so we will fix those and make sure that they're not as spread apart as they currently are. Also looks like our material didn't apply fully all the way through, so let's go ahead and make sure that we're applying it all the way through with that blade material. There we go. But yeah, so these here, they're a little bit too far apart, so we need to fix that. Easiest way of doing that is going to be going in here to this kind of view, and then we're going to drag these. It'll let us drag them. Why is it not letting me drag those? And select all these ones too. I don't know, probably about there. Just because they aren't supposed to be super spread apart, so I'm trying to shrink these down just a little bit. That should be... No, they need to actually all be closer to about here. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably about where they should be. So we're starting to get our little shape here. These faces here, we're going to want to make these ones the blue ones. So we'll go ahead and give this the blue material that we have there. We'll have to start crafting our handle. And then we will also start forming an actual like edge on here, because we still need to add an edge to this. We'll probably do the edge as a separate mesh, but won't be that hard to do. And those of you who have been gamers for a long time, you might already start to recognize what exactly it is that we are building here. If you do, then great. If you don't, then oh well. But I'm sure you might start to get an idea here of what it's going to be. Let's go ahead and also shade this smooth. We'll make some changes, obviously, to our materials. Right now, we don't have any nodes enabled, which is why it kind of has this like shininess to it. If we were to come over here and add nodes to it, we can drag like our metallic slider. So that's going to be all metallic for that one. For the handle inner, we toggle on nodes. Bring this down to about there. Make sure that there is no roughness on that, because it's going to be like a little inner handle. The same for this blue. Actually, I think the blue will have some metallicness to it, but not roughness. Also bring the roughness up. Leave the specular at 0.5. Bring our metallic a little bit up. And let's go ahead and make this blue again. I don't know, about there. And okay, so, already start to have our materials kind of forming here. Alright, let's go ahead and go into this view. We're going to add here, we're going to need to add a couple of primitives to this. So I'm actually thinking we'll probably use three total objects to build our handle here. So yeah, we'll use like 3 objects total to build the handle. Actually, probably use a few more than 3. So let's start off here. We'll start off simple. We're gonna make sure we have a little square. I'm just gonna put it into vertice mode. On button. I'm just going to drag these all the way in. Now, this actually is going to be like a little cutout for us. So this isn't going to be like the final, part of the handle, so to speak. Let's go ahead and grab the whole thing. We're going to scale it down to about here. And then we'll apply that scale also on... what we went to, what was that, like 0.7, I think? 0.7 was the number. And this is going to be 1. Because we don't need to adjust other stuff. It's probably go a little bit smaller, 0.5. And 0.5 there. We'll see. If we need to make it bigger, we can make it bigger. But we'll go ahead and bring it to, I don't know, about here. Actually, we are probably going to need to make this a little bit bigger, looking at this. Let's just scale up ever so slightly. Okay, 1.26. I should do 1.25 for this. And then the y-axis can just be 1.0. It doesn't need to be moved on the y-axis. Okay. So like I said, this is going to become a a cutout for us. So we're going to build around this shape. Is what we're going to be doing. Is we're going to be building around this shape. I'm going to select these little edges here. It's going to give us a nice little cutout as well for what I want to be able to do with it. Let's go ahead and Control B. And it will make this a 3 segment. I guess we can do, yeah, we can do 3 segments. No more than 3 segments because we are trying to make this optimized for people with lesser computers. So 3 segments is the most we're gonna need. Typically, when you're doing stuff for like low poly or trying to be optimized, you want to have anywhere from 1, 2, up to 3 segments. No more than 3 segments. After that, you're adding unnecessary geometry. It doesn't really matter nowadays, in my opinion, because nowadays, like, even lower end computers can handle millions of polygons. But you have to think of the people who haven't built a new computer in like 10 years. So even though a computer from 5 years ago can easily play Crysis on like maximum settings and not have any issues at all, a computer from 10 years ago, so I try to be mindful of the people who take forever to upgrade their computers, or maybe they live in a situation where they just haven't had the ability to upgrade their computer at all. But this is going to become, like I said, it's going to become a cutout here for us. We're going to build the rest of our shape around this. So let's add a couple more shapes here. And let's see here, can I render this? I wish there was like an easier way to just render only one object as a wireframe. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I don't know, I haven't really like stuff up really. Render object as wireframe. So I only want to turn a single object into the wireframe. ISO lines. Do I really have to use the command line for it? I don't want to use the command line for it. I just want to. Yeah, I just want to. Okay. I mean, technically we can do it using nodes. I don't want to just bother with nodes right now though. But technically we can do it using nodes. For now, we'll take the simple route of just calling here using this wireframe. We just wireframe. What's it called? Modifier. There we go. So that's going to give us a little wireframe here of where that's going to cut. Okay. So now we can start adding the rest of our stuff that we're going to need here. Let's go ahead and we're going to need to add 2. We're going to need to add 2 cylinders. We'll bring the depth down to, I don't know, we'll bring it down to like 0.3? 0.2, we'll do 0.25 for this one. And we'll make it a little bit fatter for this end. So just a little bit fatter for this end. And we'll do the same thing here. We're going to rotate it 90 degrees. Okay. And then just bring it over here onto this end. Yeah, good enough right there. We'll figure out our positioning later. We'll hit Shift D, and then we're going to drag it over this way and make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, it should be a little bit smaller on this side here. We will have to do a bunch of extruding to make this a little bit proper. Actually, this needs to be bigger. Looks like it needs to be quite a bit bigger, so probably about there. And then this one, I don't know, probably about here. sizing of the stuff is weird. But it'll look great once we get it into VRM posing, and that's what matters. And you know, any sort of like resizing we'll need to do, we'll make sure that we do it properly. Also, I just realized our cube here is actually still a little bit too big, so we need to scale this thing down just a smidge. I don't know, maybe, yeah, it needs to be smaller than that. I don't know, about here? Yeah, about there should be. Okay, maybe about there for that one. Okay. Alright, now let's go ahead and we'll add, actually we'll go ahead and start preparing 2 more of these. So we need 2 more cylinders. Actually we only need 1 more cylinder, and then what we can do is we can apply a, what's it called? Actually no, we'll need 2 more cylinders, yeah. Oh no, we just do an array modifier. I'm smart, I know what I'm doing. So we're gonna do Shift D again. And then we'll bring it up here. I'm gonna rotate it onto which axes? On the Z axis. So bring it up. Shift D. Bring it up. And then we're going to rotate it. I said rotate. There we go. We'll rotate it 90 degrees. We're going to scale this thing down probably about here. And then we'll add an array modifier. We're going to, I always use the constant offset because I feel like constant offset just works a little bit better. So we're going to bring it down here. We're going to just double check, you know, how it looks in terms of, you know, where is it lining up at. And make sure we're lining up correctly. I think 1.1 meters is good. That looks good enough to me for where that's lining up, just visually at least. And what we might do is actually bring it down, make it a little bit easier to kind of tell where things are lined up at. Okay. Yeah, so actually we are slightly off on that. There we go. So 1.09 for we want that to be. And then we're going to inset that. So we're going to select up here. We're going to go into our edit mode. We're going to flip this around as well. So select both of those. We're going to hit inset, bring it in, I don't know, probably about here. Should be set to individual because we want it to be on both sides. Yep, just like that. And hit enter or whatever. And then we can make sure that both of those are selected. We go over here down to our loop tools. Our loop tools thing. There is a bridge button. Hit that bridge button and it create a nice little hole straight through there. You can see the holes on both sides. I think these that hole might actually be a little bit too big. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I think that hole is a little bit too big. So maybe what we'll do is bring in a little bit more. And you know what? I kind of like that little bevel effect. It's not what I intended, but I kind of like the bevel effect. So we'll keep that there. Actually, I don't think it's supposed to have the bevel though. It's not supposed to. Yeah. Make sure we're scaling this only on one axis then. 0.6 and then 0.6. That's going to be a little bit too small now, so we'll try, I don't know, 0.7. And we'll see how 0.7 looks. I think that's a little bit closer to what I want, so we'll call that good there. Make sure we have both faces selected, and we're just going to hit bridge, and that gives us this nice little cutout right there for both of those. So we've got that part done. We still need to, we're gonna need actually 2 more of these probably. So I'm going to Shift D, and we're gonna bring these ones here. These are gonna act as another cutter tool for us. So those are gonna probably go right about there. And then for now, let's take these ones. We're gonna add the wireframe to it because again, it's gonna become our little cutout. Okay, so that's gonna be a little cutout for us. So we know where we're cutting, where we're gonna be cutting material away from, essentially. And let's see here. Yeah, I think that should be fine, and then we'll start to like extrude some stuff from there. So let's go ahead and I'm actually gonna grab this, and we're going to Shift D on that. We're going to get rid of the wireframe. We're going to scale it up just a little bit. So let's make sure that that stays 1. And let's see here. Don't want it to be that much, actually. Here, 1.05 might be enough. I think 1.05 is probably close enough to what we want. Maybe not, but we'll see. We'll call it good there. I'm actually just gonna drag it forward a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit better, I think. It's not quite ideal, but it's a little bit better. Okay, and then let's add a loop here in the middle. Try and start dragging out our shape just a little bit. It might be easier to if we put it into this kind of X-ray view. It's a little bit easier to kind of see what we're doing. Drag this one out like so. I don't know, probably about there. I'm just trying to add a little bit of shape to this before we start cutting away material, but I think we are good to start cutting away material now. So before we do any more further like modeling, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to add a bowline, and we're going to tell us to cut away from the original cube, and then we're going to add another bowline, and we're going to have it cut away from those extra cylinders there. Should be cylinder 4, I believe. So I was going to cut away from both of those. For those, we do need to disable the wireframe, and then we need to also come over here. We're going to disable this wireframe. And we might need to make that a little bit smaller from the looks of it. Yeah, probably need to make it a little bit smaller because clearly it's cutting away way too much material from what we need. Let me grab these cylinders here real quick, and let's actually go into edit mode here. We're going to select all of these inner faces. We're going to delete those faces there. We'll go ahead and select our edge. Just hit F to fill it in, and then same thing over here is going to fill in our edge. And then we can hide those now. But yeah, this first inner cube, let's go ahead and make it a little bit smaller. And actually, we're probably going to take these cylinders and make these cylinders just a bit smaller too. I want to leave them fine on the y-axis, but definitely with that axis there, we want to, have them cut away a bit more. And the nice thing about doing them this way is that we can select these, and we can go over here to our modifier, and we can just move this little cut down until it's right where it needs to be, about there. Okay. But for this, we need to, make it much smaller. Probably about here. That's probably gonna be where we want it. So 925. Make sure, again, on the right axis, we're keeping it at 1. And if we hide that now, which it should be cutting away that material. Why is it not cutting away that material is the question. We want to be cutting away from that. It might be that it is like too small now on the y-axis. See here. Yeah, it might be a little bit just too small on that y-axis for us to have it be noticeable. Let's go ahead and just grab that and go to Shift Y, drag it out a tiny bit, a little bit there. There we go. So you can kind of now start to see the shape here that we are going for today's little prop. And I don't think we'll try to be 100% accurate to it, because we kind of don't want to get sued by Disney. But we are starting to, get our rough little shape out. I feel actually there needs to be a lot more material on this side. This side needs a lot more material. So I'm going to drag that in. Probably fine this way, about here. But we do need to have a lot more material going on right here. So easiest solution for that is let's grab all of these and we're just going to drag them out. I don't know, probably this way. Yeah, drag them out just a little bit. And then for these, we'll just do the same thing. Just drag them out that direction. I feel like there's still not enough material right there, but it's fine. Again, I'm not planning on getting sued by Disney for being too accurate to it, so we'll just probably call it here. But there is some extra stuff we're going to want to add on to here. Just some fine little details that we can do. And we'll also want to probably add a chain to it and a bunch of other stuff too, because that's just how it's supposed to be. Actually, yeah, this needs a lot more material from the looks of it. So I guess it's not quite a perfect square actually on the inside. I thought it was a perfect square, but I guess it's not quite a perfect square. So I'm a little bit mistaken on that shape. And then this actually is a little bit smaller too. This should be, I don't know, probably about here. And technically this actually has like a whole little bevel going on. So what we should be doing is extruding that way. But it's not extruding it on the other side too, which is what it needs to do. It needs to be extruding on both sides. Maybe it's the axes that I put it on. What axes? Why is it not mirroring? I guess the extrude tool isn't gonna mirror for whatever reason. I don't know. Mirroring in Blender is sometimes broken. I've actually found a really neat way of doing mirroring not too long ago that I feel is a little bit better than the usual way of mirroring. Just kind of like an annoying little thing sometimes. But what I want to do is I want to extrude this way, and I want that same extrusion to apply on both sides. What I'm gonna do is probably make this, 0.2, because we want it to be noticeable. And then we'll do the same thing over here. Just over here. Oh, that should actually need to be in reverse. Okay. Yeah, so do that. And then make sure that we are selecting, going around. And it's going to be Alt-E to extrude along face normals. And just kind of bring it up a little bit. That's going to give us that nice little bevel that we want there. And then we can, from there, bring this down where it needs to go. About here. Yeah, about there. Make sure these are all turned off. And same thing on this side. I think it's like about there, roughly. Not 100% perfect, fine. And we'll do the same thing on this side as well. That way we can get that shape out of it. Also, these are a little bit too big now, but it's fine. It won't be that hard to adjust the size of those. And actually, you can just adjust the size of this thing. Let's see here, let's bring it upwards. And we'll probably end up doing like a merge on it or something. Just kind of make it a little bit, more better, I guess. What are we making today? We are making what's going to be a neat little prop to throw into VRM posing desktop. And it will also talk a little bit about something that has me a little upset. Well, not a little upset, a little sad about VRM posing desktop. After I had a conversation with the developer of it. But what we're making is an iconic weapon from a video game here. We still need to add a blade to this, because we don't have a blade yet, we just have a tube. But we're making a iconic video game weapon that will become available on Booth once I actually have time to, throw stuff on Booth. But yes, it is definitely Kingdom Hearts. Oh, and this needs to actually have, it should be like yellow, but it needs to be metallic. Yeah, it needs to be metallic as fuck. There we go. Oh, and I just realized too, our little cutting tool here is a little bit off. Easy fix. I'm gonna set all of these here to have that little metallic color. Obviously the normals right now, the normals are all kind of fucked up, but that's because the way that we're cutting things. Once we go to actually merge all these into one single unit, the normals will get fixed. We need to adjust our little cutters here. Actually, let's just scale this thing down, I guess, on the y-axis. No, not the whole thing. I want to only select this thing. Nope, not that skinny. Not that skinny. Come on. Sometimes Blender does this stupid shit. Okay, now we can turn off these cylinders here. Also, let's get rid of the roughness on that material. It'll look a little bit better without the roughness on there. Actually, it's probably too metallic now. Don't want to be that metallic. The problem here is technically you have a slider in Blender, which you can't see because I'm actually in the way of it. I apologize for being in the way of that side menu this whole time. I did not realize I was in the way of the side menu. I need to, set things up a little bit better for that. I myself will be here. So in Blender, you have a little slider here for metallicness, but in all reality, there should only be two values that you ever use, which would be 0 for it's not metal, and then 1 for it is a metal. Stylistically, you could use any number in between, but ultimately you really only have like 0 and 1. So this is a metal. It looks a little bit better on the cylinders right now, obviously. But yeah. Okay, let's go into our edit mode. Also, I think technically too, this actually needs to be, these need to be pulled in just a bit. It's the wrong axes. It should actually be inwards like that, I think. Yeah, and then we're gonna have to do that same thing to the other part. So I'm going to hit S and then Z. Bring this down however we need. We're going to keep note of this number here. This is 8 point, we'll do 8.5 for it. I'm going to copy that number, make sure we have it in mind. And then I'm going to grab this one, same thing, and then just bring it in on only the one axis, and we'll paste in that 8.5 number. And there we go. That's technically how the shape is supposed to go, I think. Could be wrong, but I think that's how the shape is supposed to go. Now I want to make sure that these are lined up perfectly in size with this, so that when we go to merge it, it's going to merge a little bit better. Because I don't think that these actually stick out on the actual keyblade. I haven't actually played, so you guys are going to hate me, but I have not actually played Kingdom Hearts since the first game. And I don't think I even finished the first game back on the PlayStation 2. I will admit that back then, I actually had a vendetta of sorts against Kingdom Hearts. I absolutely hated the idea of Kingdom Hearts with a passion when I was younger. And it's not anything wrong with like Kingdom Hearts itself. It's entirely my own like bad motivation, I guess you could say. But basically I felt like Kingdom Hearts was what's the word? I felt like it defaced like it defaced called Final Fantasy in a way. It's very petty, and I'm aware that is very petty of like a mindset, but I truly felt as a kid that my favorite series of all time had been defaced by Kingdom Hearts, which was Final Fantasy at the time. Obviously, like nowadays, I'm like, whatever, it's fucking Kingdom Hearts, who gives a shit? But yeah, as a kid, I always felt like betrayed by the existence of Kingdom Hearts, and so I never actually finished playing through the game. Okay. Something here is rotated incorrectly, I think. Why is it rotated incorrectly? I mean, it doesn't look like it is here, but I feel like it is. Well, I guess technically, actually just kind of cut it this way, right? I don't have any references pulled out. We're gonna pull up a reference real quick. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to make sure, actually, what do you mean X-ray is not available in current mode? Bullshit. Here we go. I'm trying to make sure that our stuff kind of lines up with these existing cuts, because that'll make it a lot easier if stuff is lined up with those existing cuts. It'll make it a lot easier to cut out array when we go to merge it, because it'll merge with those cuts specifically. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. Oh. And then And we'll have to adjust the other one. But okay, that's a little bit better. That's closer. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and merge that. That'll cut out better for it. Okay, and then down here, we're going to need to move this around so that way it lines up just the same way as the other one does. Luckily, we have just this little slider that needs to be moved, and it makes it a lot easier to line it up. So we're here, put this at a distance of point R1, point R1, 0.0 is a little bit too much, 995 maybe. No, slightly too much there. So 999 is too little. So it's just gonna be a matter of finding the right balance here with our decimal points. Thinking maybe 9992. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit better for merging all that in. Okay. But we are still, from the seams of it, we're still too wide. So, yeah, we're gonna need to shrink that down. Oh, I said to shrink it down. There we go. And again, this is kind of why I'm trying to like line it up, because I want it to be, if I can have it as aligned as I possibly can. Whoop, wrong button. Hit the wrong button. Sometimes this shit happens. We feel hidden. F3. We feel hidden. It's Alt H. I should really learn my hotkeys a little bit better at some point. We kind of wanted to be a tiny little bit of Z fighting for now. What was I saying now? I don't remember what I was saying. I just blanked out. I'm sorry. I blank out easily. Right there. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Okay. So when we go to merge these together, we'll do a merge vertices, and then that'll merge them all into like one single spot. I think we're good there. Yeah, we should be good there. Let's go ahead and we're gonna apply our material here. Handle outer, and we can even like fill that in. I think, like I said, I think on the actual one, it's supposed to be filled in. So if we really want to be kind of like accurate, I guess we can technically do that. So fill this in, and then we'll grab this here, just hit F, do the same thing here, the F, and then that does, I believe, get pulled in slightly, ever so slightly, which won't be a huge deal. We'll take care of that, obviously, when we go to merge these into one single object. Okay, let's add our little bezels here to this one. So let's grab this whole side here, and we're going to, drag it down. I don't know, about here, probably. Same thing. I wanted to, go a little bit further than that material right there. And now we can grab this face and extrude. Actually, I just realized we can actually do this a little bit easier. Grab it on both sides. Does that work? Oh, why is it doing it that way? Grab this one, grab that one, extrude. Okay, yeah. Oh wait, Alt E, I'm dumb. Extrude along face normals. There we go. Yeah, just don't be dumb like me. Don't be dumb like me, and it'll be a lot easier. Okay, so yeah, I think point two. Honestly, point two is fine. Good enough. Okay, so let's now select going that direction. It's gonna be the same thing. Extrude along face normals. And I don't know. We go point two again. I don't remember what we did for the other side, to be honest. I wasn't paying enough attention to what we did on the other side. I think that'll be fine. And I believe there's actually like a little point here in the center on it. Well, it has to be, because it has to be like a little attachment for the chain. Duh. See, I I swear I'm not dumb, but I'm dumb. But there does have to be a little attachment here for the chain. I think for that one, I will just do a little torus for it. And then I'm debating if I want to actually add physics to the chain or not. I think right now we'll just make this without the chain. And I'll debate whether or not I want to add physics, because I don't know if any of y'all saw it earlier, but I posted on Twitter earlier a little demo of something I was doing with VRM Posing desktop. Let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. This needs to get out of the way so I don't end up having something bad show up on stream. I have not cleared out my vendor folder yet of NSFW stuff. Now I don't want to update. But let's go ahead and show this. This is something I was working on earlier. VRM Posing by default does not support props with physics. However, I managed to hack in a method of attaching props to a model where the props have physics. So I know it can be done. The question is, do I want to go through the trouble of doing it? Because it'll only work for me personally. It won't work for everyone else, because the method of which I use to hack it together, I haven't like programmed it in a way that is universal. So it takes like at least 10 minutes just to set up the script every single time, and the script only works for a single object. So it only works for a single prop, and it's not really ideal of a way of doing it. But I hacked this little thing together earlier as a test. Specifically, I tested it because I was wanting to do the Keyblade, and I was like, there's a chain on the Keyblade, and it's kind of iconic for there to be physics with the chain, or at least I feel like there should be physics with the chain. So I was trying to go for that, but it just comes down to, would there be a benefit to adding physics to it? Because it's not going to work in VRM Posing unless you take a bunch of hackish steps to get it to work. It's quite a script for it. It's all written in Lua right now. I'll probably rewrite it in a better programming language at some point. But currently, my method of doing this, I wrote it in Lua. And like I said, it only works for a single prop right now. So it's not really the best of methods. But that brings me to a conversation I had with Evelyn, who is the developer of VRM Posing Desktop. And she's mentioned it a few times to me in the past, that she was thinking about moving on from the project. And then earlier today, she confirmed to me that pretty much she is going to stop development of VRM Posing Desktop. So I'm not sure how that's going to affect things overall for 3D VTubers, because a lot of us 3D VTubers rely on VRM Posing, not just for the desktop, but because VRM Posing works on mobile phones. So it's a really easy way to throw your model onto your phone, and then you can pose your model and make memes and stuff when you're out and about. Maybe you're at like Offkai or somewhere and you want to get a quick meme out, you don't have your laptop, you don't have your computer, you just load up VRM Posing and do whatever you want for it. And then on the desktop, it works really well, because you have the ability to import environments, you can import props, But with Evelyn deciding to discontinue the development of it, I feel like that's going to create a pocket for us now. There is a few other posing tools that are out there, just like BRM Doll Play, which is one I used to use before I switched over to BRM posing. It's not as good. I can import images. I don't remember it being able to import like full props and stuff. But the interface also just wasn't as good. It was a bit more complicated. There's a couple other ones. There's another one that actually was super good, but it was paywalled, and I don't foresee many of us switching to a paywalled poser app. So part of me is tempted to ask Evelyn if she'd be willing to sell me the source code and rights to BRM Posing Desktop, because I know I could continue development of it, and there's a lot of changes that I think it needs that she's never going to add into it. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I sent her this video having hacked together the prop with the physics. We'll see what she says about it. She'll probably be impressed, but also like afraid at the same time. I don't know. I feel like I bug her a lot. The whole last year, I kept bugging her with bug fixes and feature requests. I feel bad about it. I feel like I'm a backseat developer sometimes, because anytime I encountered a bug or an issue during posing, I would send her a message on Twitter and be like, hey, this is broken, or hey, this doesn't work as well as it should, or can we get this feature added to it? And she's such a kind heart, because she would put up with me doing that and adding stuff in for me whenever I'd like bug her. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of not sure about the future of 3D VTubing in terms of like posing, all that. You can do posing in Naruto. Naruto can be posing, but it's very, very painful to do posing in Naruto. So I would rather we still have like BRM posing around. But yeah, I did that test earlier with the physics, specifically because I was planning on doing the chain here. I'm just not sure if I'm still gonna add it or not. I suppose if people want it, if people want me to add physics, then I can add physics to it, because I am planning on putting this on Booth, which means people will download it and use it for their own purposes. So we'll just have to see, I guess, what people end up wanting to do with it. But yeah, I'm just not sure if we'll add physics to it tonight, but we'll see. Let's go ahead though and add a little thing for our chain. So for the chain, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a torus here. Let's rotate this. It should be this direction. Nope. Is that the right direction? Did I even rotate it? Okay, why is that not rotating 90 degrees? Why is it not rotating the torus? I can move the torus around. Why can't I rotate it? Oh well. I guess we're not gonna get rotation. I'm not gonna get any rotation right now. Okay. Whatever. There's all kinds of like different settings here for these torus. I'm trying to think of like how big it's gonna need to be. Let's actually make this much smaller. Let's try to get this where it needs to be for now. I want this to be, it's gonna end up being pretty small. Maybe not that thin, but I don't know, probably about that thin right there. Yeah, and then maybe 0.5. Go a little bit bigger. 0.6. 0.6 should be fine. So we'll take this torus. Let's go ahead and we're going to get rid of most of these segments, because again, we're trying to keep it optimized for everyone who's going to be downloading this that doesn't have a computer as strong as mine. Because admittedly, my computer is probably way stronger than most of the people in the VTubing space. So I'm trying to be mindful of that fact and build this in a way that won't be exclusionary of most users. because I try to keep everyone else in mind. I recognize that not everyone has as good of a situation as I do when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Um, so yeah, with that in mind, I try to optimize it as best as I can for everyone else. I think 0.7 is probably good enough. 0.07 is probably good enough. I would need to actually get rid of some of these extra segments here though. Actually, nope, that was a little bit too many. I was the wrong one. It's these minor segments we need to get rid of here real quick. So we can go down to 6. I think 6 is going to be fine. Actually, we'll do 8 all the way around. It's a little bit more geometry than I would normally like to put on a part like this because we have a bit smaller of a part, but I think it'll be fine. Let's go ahead and we're going to cut away half of the model, or half of that object there. Just going to cut that away. We're going to select some edge loops here real quick and hit F. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We don't need to do that because we're going to merge it all into one single object in the end anyways, so it's not going to matter. And I'm just going to drag it in to about there. I think, like, I guess, yeah, that's probably the correct direction for it, I'm guessing. I think, yeah, like, is that the correct direction that it needs to go? Because when he's holding it in his hand, when Sora's holding his hand, the chain is falling downwards. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, because if I go over to annotation, because the chain should be going like this. So yeah, this is a very, very bad chain. I recognize that. It's not really the prettiest looking chains. And then you would have down here your little Mickey Mouse kind of shape. Yeah, so that should be the correct direction then for it to go. Yeah, that should be the correct direction. We'll call that correct. Probably not correct, but we'll call it correct. I did not mean to add that there. Let's go ahead and add that material to it. Make sure it's all the same material. So we have a little loop there for our chain. We have the start of our handle here. We have our little bevels going there. We still need to add over here. We need to add. Oh, this isn't closed off. I just realized that. Why is that not closed off actually? That should be closed off, right? Face. Oh, this does have a face. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Think. Face selection. Yeah, this simply just doesn't have the blade material. There we go. Yes, we still need to add our blade over here. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think if I should add physics to it or not. We'll have to figure that out. As we go along, we'll figure out if we're gonna add physics to it. I think though, overall, this is probably ready to be merged into one object here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, first off, you need to apply all of your operators. So anything that has an operator, it needs to have the operators applied. So all of our cuts are now applied here. Nothing else has any extra cuts, I believe, any extra modifiers. So we have all of our modifiers applied. I'm gonna select everything here, and then hit Control J. When you hit Control J, it's going to merge into a single object here. And then hit M. And then go into Edit Mode. Select All. Oh, we actually have a couple of extra vertices that are just kind of floating around right here. I'm actually not sure where these vertices came from. Yeah, where did those come from, actually? It's just a couple of, like, floating vertices here. Oh, wait. Is that what it's doing? it's selecting. Oh, I see. I see what it's doing. Okay. We're going to merge all of these by distance. That'll merge most of the vertices there. You can see here it merged like some of these right here. We can start to dissolve some of these edges because obviously some of these edges we're not going to want. So what I'm probably going to do is I still am thinking of taking this little inside piece here. We want to dissolve these, not delete them. Dissolve vertices, there we go. I'm thinking of taking this little inside face and setting it a little bit. We'll see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag some of these up so that way we can kind of merge them where they need to go. And you'll see here too, we're going to add like a couple of extra little cuts here. So what happened was this thing here just goes straight across. So we want to kind of fix that. And we're going to fix that. We're just going to use our knife tool here. And we're just going to cut a line straight across with the knife tool. So just straight across like that. And then we can run that that tool again, that button to merge. Oh, actually, that didn't cut it though. Why did that not cut it? I want to cut right here to right there. Why is it adding weird cuts there? Let's go ahead and actually move these down first. It's probably a better way of topologizing this, but that's what I get for being kind of like lazy, I suppose. Sure. That's partially where I want to go, not quite where I want to go, but close enough to where I want to go. Okay, why is it sliding that way? Maybe going this direction. I said slide. Yeah. Yeah, you need to slide up. Life is pain sometimes. Okay, that should be good there to merge. Have to merge by distance. Tell me 0 vertices selected. There we go. It's not the best way of doing it, but close enough. We need to do the same thing down here as well, and then we'll dissolve all of these internal vertices. We'll dissolve those. So yeah, there is most definitely probably a better solution than that, but it's the solution that we're doing right now. I'm tired. I just barely woke up. I know it's not an excuse, but it's the excuse I'm going with. Slide it up against there as closely as I can. And then okay, I kind of see a bit of the problem happen there, because this actually is rotated a little bit different. It has that angle to it. No, it's actually this side we need to drag up. Yeah, so about there. The same thing, just merge it by distance. Good enough. And then we'll go ahead and we'll dissolve these vertices here. So I'm just gonna hit delete and make sure we just dissolve them. Not completely delete them, because if we completely delete them, it'll get rid of everything. We don't want to do that, but we just want to do some little cleanup here and there of these. Again, I'm going to leave that inner circle there just because I am still thinking of insetting that inner circle. Okay, and same thing down here is going to dissolve these vertices. We do have like an extra little plane here. You can kind of see right there where it's internal, and so we are going to need to delete that because we don't want extra vertices that are going to be rendered internally. I believe that one we can actually just straight up delete the face. That should be fine. But we also have some more overlapping going on here again. That should have been merged. Let's see here. So what's happening there is it's rendering a face from here. The face is going from here to there. It's going along that, or this weird like halfway for it. So it's going like right there. Is that kind of like the direction that the face is going along? We don't want that. So we could just delete the face itself. That didn't actually delete shit though. So we'll have to figure that out. I said to delete the face, and it's not deleting the face. Yeah. I'll probably just need to dissolve vertices. Oh, we don't want doing that though. That's probably some internal. Oh yeah, it's all internal. Okay. So yeah, sometimes you just kind of got to get onto the inside of your model and clean up the insides a bit. It's not like like I said, it's not going to be like a huge impact, really. It's not like a like life-changing impact that's going to have with the model, but it's definitely not ideal either. It is kind of the thing. And actually, you can see here too. It's actually going to delete that whole side. I just realized that. I was going to delete that whole side. That's fine. We will easily be able to fix that. Yeah, it's not that hard of a fix. That's probably like the least of our worries, to be honest. Oh, this edge here needs to be brought down. Oh, that's right. We didn't modify these edges at all on this side down here. Okay, before we go deleting all that, then we gotta clean up the bottom side as well. Yeah, I totally forgot to clean up down here. Okay. So yeah, just do the same thing here real quick. I'm going to, just cut this across. And then we'll do the same thing down here. Now, some people will probably yell at me and tell me, don't use the knife tool. There's like some people in the modeling community that are like absolutely against the knife tool no matter what. I personally don't give a shit. As long as it works, you know? That's kind of like my mentality with it. If it does the job, it does the job. But yeah, some people will probably blame me for using the knife tool at all. But it works so damn well when you need to like clean up stuff like this. And then just go ahead and slide this down. Do the same thing on this side. Kind of slide that one to about there. Same over here, slide it inwards. Slide it down to about there. Select, don't scale. Select everything, hit merge, by distance. It's gonna merge that all together. And then now we get to work on dissolving our vertices here. Going to cut all those away. And you can see that already did that problem where it cut away that whole like face right there. Yeah, because what it's doing is it's bringing it all the way over here. It's bringing that face over here. Even though technically we merged these right here, it's still bringing that face all the way over. Yeah. It's not a huge deal though. Here. We'll make it easier on ourselves. I want to only delete the faces, and then we'll add those faces back in. We'll just add those faces back in. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to clean up the internal structure here a bit. And while we're at it, actually, what we could do too is, I don't know if there's any tapering that is actually needed for this part, but we probably should clean up or taper it, just that way we can clean that up a little bit too. I don't know, I'm not really sure. Can't really like plan for that. It's one of those things, like I said, it's not gonna matter too much when it comes to modern day computers. Now, if we were trying to like build this for like, I don't know, let's say you're running an FX, actually not even FX 6100, it's like a 79 or a 7750. I was like my old build. I'm not sure it's still like punched this model, like nothing. If we're going back to like the ATI days, before it became AMD Radeon, it was ATI Radeon, and you had like a Pentium P2 or something like that, probably matter a lot more. But honestly, nowadays, I don't think it matters as heavily as people make it out to seem. But I don't know. We'll clean it up as best as we can, just to oblige people and to make sure that we are, having a good practice of optimizing for games. I guess if you wanted to use the model on mobile, that's probably where it would matter more. So is if you're, using the model on your phone. But even then, phones nowadays are pretty badass with how much they can render and whatnot. It's pretty crazy, actually, the amount of rendering we get out of phones these days. Oh, we missed a face down here that needs to be cleaned up. Delete that face. We're going to delete this one as well. Delete that face. There we go. And make sure we don't have any additional faces that need to be connected here. Go into vertice mode. Just going to select this vertice and connect that all right there. And basically what we're going to do is we're just going to connect the dots, essentially, is what we're going to do real quick. And the computer will do all the hard work for us. We're not going to need to worry about shit ourselves. Oh, we have a whole extra face or vertice here that is just chilling. Yay, the fun part of cleaning shit up. It's necessary, I feel, though, to clean up your models. Again, just trying to optimize and be mindful of anyone who's going to be using the model. Make sure it's going to be good for them. There's an extra vertice right here for whatever reason. Is that even lined up? That's not even lined up right. Yeah, what the fuck? That's not even lined up. This is why we double check. That's why we double check and make sure that shit's good. That should be better lined up. Wait, that vertice. There we go. And that probably happened because of the way that we cut that out. In all honesty, that's probably just an issue with how we cut it out. fact, you'll notice here too, this is different than down here. That's gonna bug me that is not the same. No, I think I have a solution to that. Probably a different way we could have cut that out. Yeah, I've got a solution to make this work. Okay. I'm gonna delete these vertices here. Make sure both of these are selected. And I'll probably get there. That's probably fine. These are all like misaligned right here. Fuck, that's gonna bug the shit out of me. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna bring all of these to the same point right here. Okay, and then let's select. Well, I don't need to select all of them. Select these ones. Hit merge by distance. And by distance. That's gonna merge them all together. And I'm just gonna double check that we are all at the same location. We're not. So we need to make sure we're at the same location for them. So basically what I'm doing right quick, so I'm just going to line these all up with this little grid marker. As close as I can get to the grid marker. These aren't lining up though. I want them to line up here at the grid. By increment, yeah, should be fucking moving it by increment. Right onto the grid right there. However, we'll do the same thing down here. We're just going to get rid of this whole bevel here. I hate to do it because we did put in all that effort into that already. But it's gonna bug me way too much if it's not like symmetrical. So that's why I'm gonna go through the trouble of trying to fix this real quick by lining everything up. Realize though it's gonna be a little bit of an annoyance because this isn't centered properly on the grid either. Right? Yeah, it's not centered properly on the grid. We'll figure it out. Oh, there we go. Okay. I see the best way to do it. Yep. That's still not lining up though, damn it. Whatever. As long as it's lined up close enough. all those. We'll merge all of those. What do you mean we moved 0 vertices? What do you mean that? There we go, move to vertices. Okay, so basically what I did is I kind of reset the little bevel there. That way those all go to the same point now. And what we're going to do is make sure we have our grid view open. Probably going to go to like the halfway point of the grid right here. Oh, where did that just move to? Yeah, so probably bring it down to like the halfway point of the grid. That the stupid, like, grid isn't incrementing the way it's supposed to increment, damn it. Blender, please, like, fix your shit sometimes. There's probably, like, a proper, like, plugin that can, like, I don't know, align shit better. That, to me, looks like it is at the halfway point, though. So, we'll call that one good there. And same thing here, just make sure it's at our halfway point. That's... Dude, now it's too skinny, though. Now it's, like, way too skinny. Let's actually bring it down. There we go. There we go. Now that'll be fine. So what we can do now is we can select the edge here. We want to select that edge. And then Control B. That's gonna give you that bevel again that we did earlier. But we can drag the shape inwards, and there we go. That's just, that way it's symmetrical. It's not gonna bug me as much if it's symmetrical. It was just gonna bug the shit out of me if I didn't correct that. So that's why we went and did that. But there we go. Now we have that corrected. That should be fine now, hopefully. That's just something that kind of happens sometimes when you use the booleans to cut through objects rather than modeling the object itself. You're using a secondary object as a cutter tool, and it automatically does the cut. It'll automatically create the new faces and vertices, but sometimes it just does a shitty job at it, and you're stuck having to go back through. And we do a lot of stuff like that because, as you saw, we ended up with a bunch of internal geometry, which we've now cleaned up. Actually, we haven't cleaned up all the internal geometry yet, because there's still some internal geometry right here that's going to need to be cleaned up. Same for like right here. So that is just something to keep in mind. If you do use booleans to cut your objects, if you're just doing a render, it's fine. Like if you're just doing a render for like a screenshot here in Blender, we just like set up a scene, we press F12, it's whatever. But when you are going to be shipping the model for people to download, again, you just try to be mindful of who your end user is going to be. And because, yeah, if you end up with a bunch of internal geometry, even though you're not going to see it, it's going to get rendered by the computer, phone, whatever it is you're using. It'll get rendered even if you're not going to see it yourself. So just try to keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and we'll start to add these little faces up together. So what we're gonna do now is basically just connect the dots. Just select only these outer parts. We'll want to do the same thing on the other side too. But basically, we're now just playing the game of connect the dots over here with our faces. Or not faces, with our vertices. See here, so we have this vertice that's right here. It's not even like a line center. That's gonna bug the shit out of me. That's entirely my fault though for not making sure that was centered up. Wait, hold up. Is this right here centered up on this side? Well, it's centered on this side. Why is it not centered on the other side? Yeah, it's pretty much centered. Not 100% centered, but more or less centered. Okay. See? Go through the whole cleanup process to make sure that shit works how it's supposed to. Line this up as best as we can. Yeah, it's like all off to the side here. I wonder if we had a slight bit of rotation at some point. I didn't realize that we had that rotation. That's entirely possible. Which would make a lot of sense, actually. If there was a rotation and I didn't realize it, that would actually make a whole lot of sense. But too late to go all the way back and try to fix that and do it all over again. I'm too lazy for that right now. I don't have enough caffeine for that, so we'll just take care of it this way. But yeah, I mean, if there was a rotation there and I didn't notice it, then that would explain a lot about why our mesh ended up with some weird, like, spots. Go and select that one. And I'm just kind of toggling the X-ray mode in and out. That way we can easily grab some of those ones that are on like the inside. Okay, so that is going to fill that in. Wait, I didn't want it to fill in all the way through here though. Damn it. Yeah, what we don't want is we don't want to fill this part in. I guess we could. We can fill that in first. Actually, yeah. Actually, go then. That sort of works, but not quite. Oh, here. Let's see. Let's do this. I don't want it to grab faces from there. It's not the prettiest, but it'll work. Yeah, we'll just have to kind of like, I don't know, try to fuck with it. Try to make it look somewhat decent. We'll do the same thing over here on this side. This side's going to be a little bit more complicated due to the shape that we have going on here. But essentially, I'm just trying to create some little like faces going here. And I think what I'll do actually, I'll connect this one to here. And then same thing on this side. We'll connect that one to there. And that should make it a little bit easier to do that. And on this side, I don't know, we're just going to have to figure out where we want this one to connect to. Actually, fuck. Yeah, I didn't really count on that, but since we are planning on leaving circles in there, it's kind of important that we actually have a connection point for this one. We also just connect it right there. And we'll make sure we do the same thing on the other side. Now that we have all of that, we can, you know, fill it all in. Why did that not... Why did that not fill in those spaces? Damn it. I'm too tired for this. I'm gonna go back to sleep. I don't know if you can tell or not, but I haven't really been sleeping all that much. I've been super busy with work and other crap going on. Luckily, I will have a vacation from work in a couple weeks at least. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to having somewhat of a vacation. It'll be nice to spend some time away from work so I can focus on projects like getting stuff actually uploaded to Booth for once. I'm pretty bad at making sure I get stuff uploaded. So yeah, it'll be nice to take a break from everything I have to deal with at work to focus on other stuff. Okay, yeah, that should be good there. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely not the most ideal way of filling this in. That's what I get for being in a rush to try to do stuff. Instead of rushing through it, I should just be better at like taking my time. Whatever though. That's all good now. So now we can just fill in this side, switch over to the other side, make sure to fill in this side as well. The nice thing is, though, once we get the 3D printer in, we can actually 3D print a keyblade of our own. That'll be nice. I'll actually make sure we're connecting up here, too. If we don't connect it, it's going to do that stupid shit again, so I just want to make sure it's all connected. At least it's not that hard. I don't know. Like, modeling nowadays is so much easier than when I first started modeling. So, even though this is a annoyance, it's a bit of a pain, it's really not that hard at all. It's not it's nowhere near as painful as the modeling process I used to have long ago, at least. It's a lot better of a modeling process to have. But one of these days, I want to, for the hell of it, do a stream one of these days where we use the first few tools I ever used for 3D modeling. I just think it'll be a kind of cool experience to show you guys, like, hey, this was modeling for me way back when I was young and learning how to do shit. And actually, we got a little fucked up right here because I'm dumb. Or actually, geometry is different altogether, isn't it? Well, that is different altogether. These weren't aligned the same, I think. Yeah, these weren't aligned the same. Huh. Well, how about that? Well, try to make it as close as we can. That's gonna go there. It's gonna go here. Oh, actually, I think that's what we did. Yeah, I think that's what we did to clean that up. Okay. Yeah, then this one here, and then this one we went to right there. Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind, the geometry is the same. I'm just a dumbass. Alright, and then repeat on this side. Okay. Yeah, it'll be kind of fun to do that one day. Not sure when, but it'll be kind of neat. Probably after we do the PicoCAD stuff, because PicoCAD uh, just seems fun, and yeah, PicoCAD seems like a kind of fun little like tool to play around with, and it ironically is better than the tools that I grew up learning how to model with. So, and then I made myself feel super old the other day, because I was talking in a different Discord server, not my own server. I was talking in someone else's Discord server about some 3D stuff, and we were talking, I think, about Autodesk. Um, or yeah, we're talking about how I feel like stuff like Blender. So Blender, because it's not industry standard, it doesn't get taught in school. And I personally feel like something like Blender should be taught in schools. It's been around since the 90s, and it does absolutely amazing job at what you need it to do. And it's free. It's a free open source tool that is pretty much on par with most of the higher end modeling tools like 3ds Max and Maya and whatnot. And I was talking in another server the other day about how when I learned 3D modeling, uh, well, when I first learned 3D modeling, it was on indie tools. It was like using Milkshake 3D, which was utter shit. um, but when I was in school, if I wanted to learn modeling in school, we were taught on 3ds Max and Maya. And 3ds Max, Maya, and this soft image XSI at the time. Again, kind of dates how old I am, because it was soft image XSI. This was before Autodesk purchased soft image and integrated XSI, I think, into Maya. They kind of merged into one single entity there. But I was talking in that server about how, for me, I learned modeling. Oh, one time, I learned modeling professionally, well, not professionally, but educationally. I think it's the proper term. But basically, in order to learn modeling in school, and it not be like an indie tool, you were taught on 3ds Max and Maya. And those tools are great. They're absolutely amazing tools for what they are, except for one problem. Maya, for example, and 3ds Max is just as bad, but both Maya and 3ds Max, they cost thousands of dollars a month. It's a monthly subscription of like $5,000 for Maya, which is just insane to be paying $5,000 a month for a subscription to a 3D modeling tool, when you have tools like Blender that are completely free. Um, and so, like, my problem with the whole education of it, having like gone through it, is that the schools, they teach you how to use these high-end software, right? They teach you how to use it. They get you hooked on it, and you learn that interface in depth. You learn how all the hotkeys and stuff. And then once you're no longer a student, once you've graduated and you've moved on from being a student, all of that knowledge is completely useless, because you cannot afford to use 3ds Max or Maya. You're poor as shit when you exit college. So even like in my situation, there's no way I could afford to have a Maya subscription, because it costs as much as like buying a used car every month, and I just don't have that kind of money. I'm poor. Okay, like I'm decently well off, I think, in my current situation, but I'm not well off enough to afford several $1,000s a month for Maya or 3ds Max. So I honestly hate that that we still teach them. We still teach those tools uh, as the de facto, like, this is what you're going to be using when you exit school, because you're not going to be using it when you exit school. You're going to be using cheaper stuff. You're going to be using probably Blender, because Blender's free. And that's another thing, like, most indie studios, they can't afford it either because it's so damn expensive. Like, most of the studios that you'll probably end up working with as an indie, they're not going to have that kind of money lying around to afford Maya and whatnot. So, you're going to end up using stuff like Blender. You're going to end up using stuff like Houdini. Houdini is not free, but it's like $300. It's a lot cheaper than, say, Maya or 3ds Max. So you'll probably end up using Houdini. You'll end up using, I don't know, maybe Daz 3D or Cinema 4D. Those are kind of expensive still too, but they're much cheaper. Same for like ZBrush. ZBrush is much cheaper too. ZBrush is pretty, compared to Autodesk tools at least, ZBrush is a much cheaper tool to have lying around. So that's more likely what you're going to end up using is stuff like that, you know? So to me, it just bugs the shit out of me that we are still, essentially still, I'm gonna hide this real quick. That we're still using or still teaching stuff like Maya and 3ds Max because no one can really afford to use those tools when they are fresh out of college. And that's just a reality. Like, no one's gonna be able to afford that, you know? So, yeah, I was kind of like sitting there talking in that server, ranting about it, and I ended up making myself feel kind of old because to kind of wrap up, there used to be a free version of 3ds Max called Gmax. Gmax was it was the free version of 3ds Max. Surprisingly, yes, there was a free version of 3ds Max, I know. Not what you would expect there to be, but there was a free version of 3ds Max. And I was wondering, I was like, I wonder if that still exists, right? So I was kind of curious. Like, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if that is still around or not. Turns out it's not around anymore. It was discontinued in 2005, and I was like, fuck, I am old. Sort of. It was one of those like realization moments where I was like, damn, I'm old. I wonder if I could find a download copy of it though, maybe. Oh yeah, see, we did have a rotation somewhere. Damn it. Yeah, I think we did have a rotation somewhere. Very slight, but we do have a very slight warp, as would be said in the forging community, I suppose. Fuck it, whatever. I probably won't release this model then, just because it's not up to my personal standard for releasing a model. But it'll still be fun to do. I'll probably redo this whole thing from scratch later, and then I don't know, we'll go from there. It's gonna bug the shit out of me. It's very much a me problem, but I just feel sometimes like if something's not up to my standard to release it, I just don't feel good releasing it to people. And they're like, hey, here you go, here have at it, you know. It needs to be to my like standard for releasing it. So yeah, I probably won't release it. with that being the case. But we'll keep making it. We'll keep finishing it. We'll wrap it up. Probably should get some sleep soon too. I don't know. We still gotta check the scaling of it and whatnot. Probably should check to begin with. But whatever. Okay. We need to add here. We need to add the rest of our blade now. So let's go ahead and we're gonna add a cube. Why the fuck are you rotated so much? I don't want you to rotate. We're gonna end up scaling you down or whatnot, so it's fine if you're like scaled weirdly, but I don't need you to be rotated when I bring you in. We're like completely off here. Oh shit, we are. Oh fuck, hey, we can actually see the rotation. God damn it. Yeah, that rotation's pretty bad. I don't know where that rotation came in. Yeah, no wonder. That rotation was like all kinds of fucked. Still like badly rotated right here too. Yeah, shit. Okay. Yeah, to try to fix it. Is that really worth it though? Yeah, so I'm definitely not. This is one of those models that's gonna go into the scrap bin. It's not gonna go straight to booth. This one's gonna go into the scrap bin, but still fun to work on at least. But yeah, I'm probably gonna throw this model into the scrap bin later. Oh well, shit happens. I should have paid more attention to my rotations. It's not like it's a production model, so like it's only gonna be used for me. It's not gonna be used for anyone else. Right now, at least, just because I'm gonna be too like pissy about it, kind of thing. Okay, let's bring this down, and let's go ahead and go into our orthographic view. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it all the way down to, I don't know, I think right here is where the blade should be. Just try to line that up as best we can. And it's up at the very, very front, I think, right? The key blade is up the, like, very, very edge. Yeah, it's at the very edge. Yeah, it's like right here. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like so upset the other day when I went on that rant because of the fact that Gmax was discontinued so long ago. And it's just me being a boomer more than anything, really. But yeah, I was like, fuck. I didn't realize that it was literally discontinued back in 2005, which is insane to think about for me. Shows how long I've been like doing shit. Should have been making content that whole time, but no, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, so there was no content to be made because I had no clue how to do shit at all in terms of like content. And then I think I've talked about before why I stopped doing game development and whatnot because of some drama that happened. Um, yeah, there was a lot that went on. Yeah, I want that to be about there. Should be good. We are. Are we misaligned? Oh no! Damn it! Don't fucking do that. I can't tell if we're misaligned or not. But yeah, I think the whole like handle overall got rotated at some point, and that's why it feels off to me, which is entirely my fault. To be honest. Okay, so I'm gonna put that there. That way we can bring this down. Now I want to bring it down here. And did that do that on the other side too? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. Just kind of trying to set that up ahead of time so that way we can merge it together. Also, is that too long? Is that too, or it's like too tall of a blade? Can't tell. Kingdom Hearts is weird. Now that probably is a little bit too long of a blade on that axis. Probably about here. It's not going to even like line up the way I want it to line up. Whatever. Close enough. Okay, so that's fine there. I'm gonna go ahead and merge these already, and then we will start to cut out our shape here for it. We'll make a little cutter tool, make a little cutter tool, and cut out the shape of the crown. Yeah. So let's go ahead and merge these already. Control J. I'm gonna hit Control L. And oh, you know what we should do? Before we do that, put a single vertice. Put a single vertice right here. Why is it not letting me fucking do it? Try not to cut through. I want to just put it right here, damn it. Okay, fine, whatever. You know what? Control L, hide that. Why is it adding Versi? Where the fuck out there? I just want to add it like right here. There we go. Close enough. It's gonna get cut and merged in with that shit. Okay, was it Alt H? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Make sure we're not fucking up our hotkeys. Ah. Okay, why is it like not moving? Probably an issue with my keyboard actually too. My keyboard's been fucking up lately. And I don't know, this keyboard's crap. I paid so much money for this keyboard and I've honestly been hating it. I don't want to go back to like my old keyboard or one similar to my old keyboard. The only reason why I replaced my old one is because the old one had an issue where the keys had started to fall off on it. And I mean, it was pretty old. It was a pretty old keyboard. Looking good. We have
We didn't add a chain yet, but we have our handle. We're working on the actual blade part of it now. So I think it's it's coming along pretty nicely. Yeah, so I had to replace my old keyboard, which is a Logitech MX Keys Mini. It was a pretty good keyboard. I liked it. The problem was that keyboard, after a while, had a problem where the keys have started to fall off, and because it uses like laptop keys, you can't just replace the keycaps on it. So I had gone and I bought a whole new keyboard like a month or two ago, and I bought a Newfie Air 75, and I have just been hating this keyboard since buying it. So I'm probably at some point going to get a different keyboard and maybe sell this one or auction off or something, give it away. I'm sure I can find someone that will put it to use. I've been hating this keyboard. Been playing Overwatch, nice, it's fun. I have not played Overwatch since the closed beta of Overwatch. It's been forever. I was a D.Va main back in the beta of Overwatch, and then I don't know, I just didn't really care all that much for it, to be honest. It wasn't really my kind of game. Alright, let's see here, we need to add here, so let's grab our little annotation tool. So we're gonna have a line going this way. Yeah, so, oh, I said draw, okay. I have a line, oh, that's not how I want to draw. I can just get out my drawing tablet. I can draw a lot better with the drawing tablet, damn it. Okay, but we need to cut out little teeth here. Yeah, this looks better. I really should have just grabbed my drawing tablet, but let me go up here, and then this way, then down. Okay. That's kind of the shape that we're going to want to cut out of this. I think the easiest way for us to do this is probably going to be with another cube, and then cutting out from that cube. Yeah, I mean, probably more efficient way, but fuck it. Alright. Doing this the long way, just so we could, get more content out of this, I suppose. Try to add a new cube. Stop rotating my cubes when you import. I don't know why Blender is doing that lately, but it's been doing it lately, and it's been super annoying. It's some sort of setting that I accidentally, tripped at some point. I don't know what setting it is, but I'm just gonna keep complaining about it until it works the way I want it to work, pretty much. You play Bridget. She was not in the game when I last played it, so that again shows how long it's been since I've played Overwatch, because she was not even a character yet. I don't know, I just never got into it. I don't like Valorant either. I don't like any of those games where you have like a champion and you have to memorize all the different skills of the champion and all the different counterplay and whatnot. Younger me, sure, whatever. I used to play Dota, and I don't mean Dota 2, I mean like original Dota. Nowadays, I just don't have the energy for it. I don't have the attention span or the memory capacity for it. To be fair, well, I'm old, but also in my early 20s, I made a lot of stupid choices, and those stupid choices are directly why I have like memory problems and shit nowadays. So yeah, don't be young and dumb. Don't be like me. I mean, I say that, but like easier to say don't be young and dumb than it is for people to take that to heart and not be young and dumb, I guess. Okay, I think that's probably about the size that should be.
And let's go ahead and we'll start cutting shapes into here. So what we're gonna need to do, and actually we can do this in an easy way. Control R. I'll make sure we're in edit mode. Control R. Yeah, let's leave that kind of centered, and then just gonna grab these ones. Nope. And then let's go ahead and there we go. That's gonna give us our little shape there, except we kind of fucked up because our loops were not centered. It's important that the loop is centered when we add this loop in. Okay. Actually, let's make sure. Okay, so that's gonna give us that little cutout there, but we still need to add in. We need to add in those little circles. So we'll go ahead and get those circles cut in to this as well. And like I said, we'll end up using this as a cutter tool to cut the actual blade itself. And we can set that up. Again, I don't like what the bowlings do sometimes, but they are super helpful in terms of if I wanted to like come over here now, we can kind of see here and see we already get that little cut right there that we're gonna need. The new chair comes soon. Nice. Nice. Got a Secret Labs. I think those are alright. I don't know. I'm gonna be getting a new chair soon too. Fuck. There's a sign of aging, damn it. So I bought a gaming chair, I don't know how many years ago, but I used to sit on a fold-up chair. I spent like at least 10 years sitting on a fold-up chair as my computer chair. There's even a point in time where I used to sit on my computer tower. This was before computer towers had fans on the top. I used to sit on top of my computer tower as my chair. Because at the time, computer towers were beige, and they were gigantic and heavy, so I made a good chair. And then I ended up switching to a fold-up chair, and I sat in the fold-up chair for like 10 years. I know it's bad for me, it's super bad for me. And then at some point, I was like, I was getting really into sim racing, and I wanted to have a new chair that kind of mimicked what I had in my car. I used to do actual racing, and I got into sim racing because sim racing is cheaper than actual racing, like way cheaper than actual racing. I mean, it definitely killed my back. My back can feel it now. my hips can feel it now. So I found a gaming chair, like, I don't know, probably like 5-6 years ago. It's quite a while. It's a pink gaming chair. It looks really cute because it's pink and it's white. And it also has Bluetooth speakers built into this gaming chair, which I thought was a cool feature because I used to go to like arcades and I would play like Long Gone Midnight and Initial D at the arcades, and those had like speakers in the chair. So I bought it, and it ended up being the most uncomfortable thing to sit on. It wasn't too bad at first, but definitely the older I've gotten, I had to start buying like a donut to sit on, a little like foam donut, and I would sit on the foam donut. And I've now gone through so many foam donuts that I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna go buy a new chair soon. So I found one I really like. It's no longer a gaming chair though, it's an office chair. And it's one of those mesh covered office chairs.
But like I sat down in it at I think it was like at an Office Depot or Office Max, and I was like trying out the different chairs they had, and I sat down in this one office chair that was a mesh chair, and I was like, holy shit, this is the most comfortable thing I've sat on in like the longest time. So I'm gonna be getting a office chair to replace this gaming chair at some point. Don't get old. Stay young. Stay young and youthful. Don't get old like me. It sucks. It sucks getting old. Okay, let's add some cylinders here. So let's go ahead and add a cylinder. Gonna throw the cylinder right the fuck over there, and it's gonna rotate it weirdly again. This is probably why shit got all screwed up, to be honest. Nope, that's the wrong axes. Should be what, this axis? Nope, that's the wrong one. The x-axis then? 90? Nope. Actually, yeah, 90 is exactly what I want. Sure, you have now ergonomics, but it's already starting to have problems like even a year later. Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a chair that lasts forever. But see, the fold-up chair, I still have. I still have that very fold-up chair. Like, 15 years later. So, well, 15 years since I bought it. I still have that fold-up chair. That fold-up chair is eternal. It'll last forever because that's just what fold-up chairs do. Especially when they're metal. And this one was metal and it had like a little cushion on it. The cushion's probably crap by now, but like a fold-up chair will literally last a lifetime. Whereas like gaming chairs and office chairs, they just fall apart so easily and quickly. But you definitely should not sit on a fold-up chair at all. I do not recommend sitting on the fold-up chair. It's horrible. You don't want to, but yeah. Don't recommend sitting on it. But it'll last you a lifetime. Leave it in water, it won't last long after that. True, it'll probably, if you leave it in water, it'll probably rust. That is a good point. It probably will rust out if you leave it in water. But, like, I don't know, that's not like a huge problem, I suppose. But it'll last forever. That's the thing. The fucking thing will last forever. Okay, let's adjust the size of this. Big brain idea. That's gonna be too big. We need to shrink this down. 0.8 maybe? 0.8? 0.75. Actually, that's at 1. Try 0.75 though. And we'll see there how that looks. We need to align this dead center somehow. Put an AC next to your... I used to have I had an industrial fan. How big was it? It was one of those big old box fans. And I used to have that like pressed right up against my computer for a while. One of my computers at least, I had it pressed up against. That worked well for cooling. I had another computer at one point where I was spending, I think I spent like $100 per fan, but I had 7,000 RPM fans. They were like 120 millimeter by like 40 millimeter thick, and they were 7,000 RPM. They sounded loud as fuck. Sounded like a jet engine, but they cooled the computer exceptionally well because they were pushing like 250 cubic feet per minute each. So, and then I had them hooked up to a fan controller that you could adjust the dial on for the RPM. But even at their lowest RPM, they were still loud as shit. I don't know. I've had a ton of computers over the years. I used to collect computers essentially. And I still plan to. I still would like to do that. Still, it's just not really viable right now, and I don't have my old collection because uh, my parents at one point decided that my collection of computers was junk, and so they tossed my entire collection of computers twice on me. They did it twice. You know, super pissed both times, but yeah, they completely got rid of my collection like twice, and it was super annoying. But yeah, I used to collect computers. I still have like photos. I still have photos of the different collections that I've had over the years. Some of the weird I want to say minge bag. There's like a term for like old Garry's Mod 9, Garry's Mod 10 era. Um, some of the some of the computers were definitely rednecks together. I remember I had a computer once that it was a tiny little tower. I'm trying to think like what kind of tower specifically was, but it was a small little tower, beige little box, uh, but it was not thick enough. Like it was tall enough and long enough for modern components to fit in there, but it wasn't thick enough for a graphics card to fit in there. And I was trying to fit like a Radeon 6850 or something like that, some sort of old Radeon graphics card. It was one of the earlier cards, the blower style coolers, like when the blower style cooler first got introduced to the market, kind of thing. And we couldn't get it to fit. Oh, and we also couldn't get a full-size ATX. That's right, we couldn't get a full-size ATX power supply to fit in it either. You would have had to use a proprietary. The thing was like an HP or something. It had its own like proprietary 250-watt power supply in there. So we couldn't get it to fit a full-size power supply, and we couldn't get it to fit a full-size graphics card either. So what I ended up doing was just straight up cutting the metal where those were. So you had your panel, and then you just had like really crude cuts, so that way it would fit flush still. But you just had a power supply and a graphics card sticking out the side of the case. I used to even run an open air, like not even a test bench, because test benches weren't a thing yet. But it was essentially an open air test bench before open air test benches were a thing. I don't know, I had so many crazy computers over the years. But I would like to rebuild my collection that my parents got rid of at some point. It's just nowadays I can't afford to buy a lot of those computers anymore because they're expensive. See, when you're growing up, having something like a Sun Microsystem or an Apple II, those are just common. Those are just like the computer that everyone had. Everyone had a Trash 80 or a Commodore 64 or some other like Sun Microsystem Ultra 10 workstation or something. That's just what everyone had. And nowadays, those have the vintage tax. So, not exactly cheap or affordable to go and purchase one of those again because of the vintage tax now. They're a lot harder to find and a lot more expensive to buy. So, I probably won't ever actually rebuild that collection of computers, unfortunately. Unless I can win the lottery or something, then maybe. Alright, let's add a array to here. Stop ranting about computers for a moment, and we'll make sure we are doing what we need to do here to. Oh shit, Blender just crashed. Fuck. One moment. Damn it. Okay. I don't think I've actually saved that file at all. Luckily I can recover, autosave. whatever is the last autosave. We have this one here. Let's make sure we're actually hitting Control S, and we're going to save this as keyblade.blend. There we go. Just in case Blender decides to crash on me again, make sure we actually saved. So glad Blender has an autosave feature like that, so you can just recover it. Okay, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're adding the array modifier. And then we're using constant offset because I like to use constant offset. It's just more precise, and that's why I use it. I feel like the precision is important, and it crashed again. Why is it crashing? Why is Blender crashing when I use that modifier? That is so weird. Okay, you know what? Let's turn off all the other modifiers real quick. That's probably what's going on. Okay, make sure there's no modifiers. I'll hit Control S just to save. And let's try again. Do an array. Do constant offset. Do 0.4. Almost where we want to be. 0.5 maybe? No, 0.4. 0.43 is close enough. Okay, and then I'll just bring this up to, I don't know, probably about there. Seems close enough. Let's see, let's try to line it up. Yeah, I don't know why Blender was crashing right there. That's kind of not good. But you know what though, when Blender crashes, I'm not as worried about it as if it were something like Maya or something crashing. Oh, right. I see what's going on there. Now I want to only select this thing. And I just want to bring the center of it down. Oh, it's not going to bring the center down. Okay, actually I think that's about close. Close enough. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Alright, now let's try to do this without Blender fucking up on me and crashing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a boolean here. I'm going to select this cylinder. We're going to hide the cylinder now, so the cylinder is going to be hidden. That looks to be good there. We're going to apply this, so it's going to be applied. We can get rid of the cylinder entirely now. Actually, what cylinder is that one? We can get rid of all these cylinders. Delete that one. Delete this one. We can now apply the same operation to this. Go ahead and hide our cube. That looks to be about right. We are still going to need to kind of do a little bit of cleanup here to get the proper shape of the blade, but that's not a huge deal. That's pretty easy of a fix, I think. Yeah, that's just a matter of just bringing this over a little bit. Yeah, we'll call that good. Or actually, we can just fix that here. So what we need to do actually is damn it, and then Blender crashed again. Why the fuck is Blender crashing so much? What the hell? Blender, why are you doing this? I was trying to make life easier. Fuck. so weird because normally it doesn't have problems like this with it. But it's whatever. Okay, make sure there's no modifiers applied. Yep, no modifiers yet. Actually, we got this one here. We can just kind of apply that one. And I'm gonna be just saving basically every operation. I guess. By distance, merge by distance, none merged. Okay, we probably could have gotten that a little bit closer. Yeah, I want these basically overlapping. Cool. And same thing on this side. I will do the same thing right here. Move to vertices. Cool. Now, hopefully, I'm gonna hit Control S. Like I said, every operation right now, I'm basically hitting Control S now because Blender is doing stupid. When Blender does stupid, it makes me paranoid about making sure that I am saving constantly. So, we'll take care of it though. Go ahead and hide the cylinders, make sure it's good. That kind of has the shape. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that'll be fine right there. Yeah, okay. Although, I'm not gonna lie, it bugs the shit out of me that, I wouldn't even call it a key blade. I'm looking at a screenshot of the original game right now, and because it has those round parts, there's no way it's an actual blade. It's more of like a key, club. It's more of a club than anything. It's a blunt object more than a cutting object, I would say. Just how it be. Okay, let's go ahead and apply this. Let's go ahead and get rid of our cylinders here. Hit Control S real quick, and then yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of those extra cylinders. Control S again, because apparently we need to be saving constantly right now because Blender is being dumb. It's weird because I'm not even using more than like 35% RAM right now, so that really shouldn't be an issue. Period. But whatever. Blender wants to make it an issue. It's dumb, but it's whatever. Go ahead and I'm just going to apply this. That looks good enough to me. And we will delete that extra cube now. Control S. And let's see here, it has these edges. Yeah, these edges, I guess they're slightly tapered in. Slightly, but I wouldn't call them blade edges. Because they're not. They're not blade edges at all. It's very much a blunt hitting object more than anything. Is basically what the Keyblade is. It's a blunt hitting object. Okay, let's go into orthographic view. Oh, hi, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We are doing stuff in Blender tonight. We are making a Keyblade. Except I'm complaining that it's really more of a blunt object than a blade. But welcome, thank you so much for the raid. It's nice to see you, and be right back 1 sec. Yeah, no worries. Take your time, do whatever it is you need to do. So here we go. We have our blunt hitting edge here. Thank you for the follow. Except fucking Twitter is not showing me my stuff for whatever reason. Not Twitter, Twitch. I can remember my platforms probably. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna add on I don't know if we're gonna add the chain tonight. I just realized too, some of the stuff got miscolored, so we need to recolor stuff again. Let's make sure that this one is blue. That's going to be blue. This one here is going to be that black color. There we go. And does the inset on the have any extra color? No, it doesn't. Okay, it's just there. Okay. Oh, there we go. We have our keyblade. It's probably not to scale because I was doing this all basically by memory and by just like sight. So it's definitely probably not to scale the way it should be. But it's close enough, good enough for right now. We can actually check our scale. So first off, make sure this is all one single object. Make sure this is merged together into one single object here. We'll call this keyblade. Okay, that's gonna be keyblade. Where's this extra cube? Oh, that's where that extra cube is from. I'm gonna delete that cube now. We have here our keyblade. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import one of my Vtubing models here real quick, and we'll just use one of my models as a indicator of the scale of it. So I need to grab one of my characters here real quick. Let's grab a character we haven't used in a while. So, let's see here. Here's a character we haven't used in a good while. We haven't used Alexis in some time. We can use her maybe. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back. Or, you know, fit me in. Yeah, we'll just use me. Okay. How to switch to mobile? Yeah, no worries. You know, feel free to, whatever we need to do. Let's see here. We can use my Vtuber. To import the model. Import me. It's gonna make me super tiny because I am small. Unless we're zoomed in enough, then maybe we are zoomed in. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to my zoom levels or anything. I normally, because I like to do print stuff or not, I'm normally like super precise. And tonight was I just woke up, so we're just gonna make shit as we go and not pay attention to a lot of things. So basically what happened. We're gonna have to fix our normals here real quick though. Fixing normals is pretty easy to, I think, to help show face orientation. We're going to select everything. See here, select this face. Why is that face? I have a feeling that face is not like properly where it should be. Okay, well this should be control shift in or shift in. Yeah, and then this one should be shift in. Yep. And then this side here, shift in. It's going to fix those a bit. Gonna go to bed, have fun. Okay, get some good rest. Yeah, make sure you're getting some good sleep. Definitely, you know, follow up later. And yeah, I mean, we probably could have done a little bit better on the topology here, but again, tonight was a night of not caring too much. Let's make sure we're saving. Okay, so yeah, we are scaled quite a bit off. Let's see here. I'm left-handed, so we're gonna bring it over here to our left hand, and let's rotate it 180 degrees, going the opposite direction. So just 180. And then we're gonna bring it up. Yeah, so it is a, it's a little bit big in our hands. We'll just have to adjust it until our scale is about right. And actually we need to rotate it to get a proper like feel of it probably. Should rotate it this direction. Rotate on the X. We'll do that 90 degrees. And then we're going to rotate it on the Y. Nope, not the Y, the Z. About negative 90 degrees. So we can kind of estimate how big it's going to be in a VTuber model's hands. To be fair though, my hands are pretty small because my model is pretty tiny. I am only 142 centimeters tall. So my model is pretty tiny. But yeah, about, I don't know, about there. So the scale is decent. I feel like it's a little bit wide, but that could just be, again, that my model is pretty tiny. So I think with most VTubers, it'll probably be a decent enough size. You could always scale it down a little bit more. Here, if we were to scale it down on this axis, I don't want to touch that axis actually. I want it to only scale maybe on Z. The Z axis that is a little bit off, I feel. So let's try, what is it, 0.75 for the Z. Yeah, but that's gonna make this all like wonky now. So I guess 0.75 here. Oh, not that much. Actually, it's the x-axis. We need to make sure we're matching. I feel like that's a little bit too small for that guard now, but yeah, that seems to be roughly where it'll be for us. Then it needs to be applied across the board is the problem. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll probably extend out some of these parts, I guess, just so we can make sure it's gonna fit properly. So I'm going to hit Control S, make sure we're saving because it has been crashing on us quite a bit lately. So we'll just make sure that we are good there. I'm just going to simply grab all of these. I'm gonna grab this whole side because that's all we need to do is just grab this side here. And then we're going to bring it out, I don't know, maybe this much. However much this is. Negative 0.1. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side too. Just going in the opposite direction. I'll make sure we have all of our vertices selected. And it was what, 0.1? I think that's about where we had it. So that should be good there. And then I'm going to also extend it out a little bit forward. So about right here. Select all of that. And then same thing, just, 0.01 I think is good enough. And yeah, that should be good for our scale then. It'll fit in our hands just fine. It should fit in most VTubers' hands. They can always scale it up or down in whatever posing tool they'll be using. I think that's fine as it is. I'm going to go ahead and hide my model now. So let's go ahead and hide us. But that didn't hide us. That kept us. You're supposed to hide, damn it. Whatever. Sometimes you just need to, make a whole new collection and just drag the whole collection here into it. The whole, object. And we'll drag sliders in. There we go. So what I want to do now, so we can go ahead and make sure we get this into VRM posing, is let's set this to our default placement here. This is going to be the default placement. And I want to actually set the origin of it to be right there where that cursor spot is. I think we actually need to move it back just a tiny little bit. So let's go ahead and move it, I don't know, probably about there. So I want to try to keep it kind of like where the pivot point is going to be in the middle of that handle. So that's kind of why I'm trying to just eyeball it and get it as close as I can to where that pivot point is going to be in the middle, about right there. So now we can just go to Object, go to Set Origin, Origin to 3D Cursor, and that's going to set the pivot point right there in that center a bit. So now we have this. I think we can leave it in this orientation just fine, and we'll throw it into VRM posing. So to get into VRM posing, there's two different formats we can use. Actually, three formats technically, but there's two different formats that we are going to want to use. So the first one's FBX.
So I'm just gonna, leave it here in this folder. I'm gonna set it to copy, and then you want it to only be selected objects, and our scale and all that. Oh, actually, you know what? First off, let's apply our scale before we do anything. Hit Control A, and then just hit all transforms and Control S. That'll apply to scale, so that way when we do export it, it's not going to export gigantic. It's going to export at the size that we set it to. So make sure we have selected objects only, and set the path mode to copy. Click this little box next to it. That'll give you just a single file instead of a bunch of extra material files. Just a little bit easier to distribute it that way. And export it as an FBX. And we're going to do another export again, this time as a GLTF 2.0. Leave the format as GLB, GLTF binary or GLB. Again, just go to include, tell it selected objects only. And then everything else you can leave alone. We didn't add any shape keys or anything to it today, so we're just going to leave it all alone. And export that. I'm going to hit Control S to make sure we're saved. So now, if I open up VRM Posing Desktop here, we can actually bring it into VRM Posing. So let's go and get that pulled up real quick. And yeah, I'll do the whole like chain thing later. I'll add a chain to it later. Let's go ahead and load our Vtuber. I'm gonna go to, so the reason why I did it as two formats, because I want to show you guys here something. Like, it's a little complaint of mine with VRM Posing again. I know I have a lot of complaints about it, but I love this tool. It's just there's certain things that bug me about this tool at times. So I'll show you here one of those issues here. So first off, rotation between the two formats is off. That's a little bit different. But if you notice here, the first one we imported was the FBX. Personally, I like to use FBX because it's a lot more universal, to me at least, to the things I use. FBX is more universal. GLB is starting to get more popularity, however. But FBX, when you import into VRM Posing, it loses any of the like shininess stuff. So you see here, the GLB file, it retained the shininess of the blade. So just try to keep that in mind. If you're downloading models, most likely you're going to be downloading an FBX model. I recommend if you go to like CG Trader or Sketchfab or Booth, any sort of model you download, to make sure that you are converting it over to GLB. I also just realized we had a little screw up here with our handle. Very simple fix. Alt-H. This was hidden. I didn't realize that this was hidden. That's entirely my bad. Let's go ahead and bring this back up where it needs to go, because that shouldn't have been hidden. That needs to go right about there. Yeah, that was entirely my bad right there. That was my screw up. I'm going to export it again as GLTF. And I should keep my settings and whatnot there. So yeah, if you are downloading models, if there are an FBX and you're planning on using them in VRM Posing Desktop, you might want to convert them to GLB, just because that way you'll retain like some of the shader data, you'll retain the shininess and whatnot. So now we can just delete both of these. Oh, you know what? Is there a way I can fix this in Blender when I export? Export GLTF. Y plus up. Yeah, that's fine. Geometry. I'm just gonna have to flip the orientation of it, aren't I? Because it's gonna be down I don't know why it does this, but it'll flip it like 180 degrees when you export it as GLTF. So I'm just going to 180 degree it, and that should be fine. So let's go ahead and export this again.
I might have to export it a couple times just to make sure it's not importing correctly here into Vtuber imposing. Where'd it go? Is it not importing at all now? It's just taking its time. So I keep trying to hit shift and then dragging my mouse to move because that's how you move around. That's how you pan around in Blender. But that's completely an unnecessary thing to do in VR imposing because it just works out of the box. Just gonna fix our rotation. That. Yeah, why is it now? Now it's not loading. It's not loading our model now. Oh, maybe because it wasn't selected. Duh. I'm dumb. So we told it selected object only, and I didn't have it selected. So it was just a blank model. I'm tired, okay? I've gotten very little sleep lately. Okay, now it's in the correct spot. So now what we can do is go here and link it to our hand. We might want to, extend our blade out a little bit. Blade seems a little bit short for a keyblade, but again, it's more of a blunt object than a blade. Now we have it here. We can finally adjust it however we need. So maybe we're gonna need to drag down over here to that a little bit. Bring it in to match our palm here. And what we'll end up doing is we will actually grab our model here real quick. We're going to customize pose. We're going to bring our left hand in for a grab. Probably about there's fine. There we go. And then let's go ahead and grab this model again and fix our rotation however we need. Sometimes if you're imposing, does a stupid thing where it'll lose where you're like grabbing stuff. We're not quite fully grabbed onto it. That's an easy fix. Just go to our pose thing here, and I actually like to make these a little bit smaller so it's easier to see them. There we go. And I'm just going to do a very, very quick adjustment of our fingers here. Nothing too fancy, nothing too quick with it. Just very minor detail kind of thing, but it'll bug me nonetheless if it's not like done properly. So you can do like that, just a very, very simple, very fast fix for it. If I was going to be doing like a screenshot for Twitter, well, we'll probably still take a screenshot here for Twitter, but if I was going to be doing like a really well-produced screenshot, I would probably put a little bit more effort into making sure that everything is aligned properly. I think this is fine as it is. Yeah, this is probably fine. Yeah, okay, good enough. Okay, and then the reason for doing all that is because now, if we come here, we can go to our pose, whatever, and you can see it's now attached to our hand. So we can now do any sort of any sort of pose where we'll be slashing at an enemy here. We can even go to like select pose. There's a bunch of pre-built poses that are pretty good. Some of which have like movements for swords and stuff already. See if we can find like a good one here. I'm sure we can find a neat one. I don't know, maybe this, maybe not that one. I'm not really sure. I also have to constantly flip poses because most of these poses are assuming that your model is left or right-handed, and unfortunately, because I like to go with left-handed, because I'm left-handed, it's me. Finding like poses that are made for left-handed in mind is hard. So luckily there's an easy button here to just flip the pose. But let's find a kind of cool looking one to suggest that we are in like, combat with our Keyblade here. And I might actually, I might still extend out that blade just a little bit. It feels like the blade itself now is a little short to me. So I think we will probably just do a quick extension of the blade part. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really finding a good pose per se right now. This would be good if we had like a magic effect that we're doing, but we're not quite doing a magic effect. Also, I just realized it completely changed all that effort that I put in. I'm going to tell it to skip the fingers of the left hand, so that way it doesn't affect what I did there for that. I probably have some better poses in this other tab up here, to be honest. Let's go ahead and make sure we're not flashing Twitch so we don't get in trouble, because Twitch would not like us if that was up on screen too long. Yeah, I probably have some better poses elsewhere. I don't know, like right here is probably fine. And then, I don't know, try and think like, what is a good pose on here? But yeah, I usually have to flip the poses around to accommodate for being left-handed. I'm going to open up Blender again real quick though, and we're going to our mode here. We're just going to extend this out, I don't know, right there. I'm not really paying attention to how much we're extending it out by. I guess we'll extend it out a full, I don't know, I guess a full grid size. We'll see how that looks. So about right there. Yeah. Go ahead and extend that out about that much. Going to make sure we're saving. Export this again, SGLTF, and make sure that it is selected properly. And we're just gonna hit replace. And let's go ahead and replace that. It's gonna reset that orientation. It's not hard to fix though, because all we gotta do to fix that is just bring it here and rotate it however it needs to be rotated. And I think overall the rotation of the blade, because of the way we had set it up, yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, looks good. That does feel a little bit better. Not extended by much, but I feel like that's a better extension for it than what it was. Okay, but yeah, posing wise, I think we probably have better poses in one of these other tabs here. So let's see here what we got. I'm sure I have some sort of combat pose somewhere around here. And if not, we could take the time out to make it ourselves. I'm just trying to be lazy, so that way I can get some sleep soon, because it's already past midnight. So, and I do work tomorrow, unfortunately, and I also have physical therapy tomorrow, because I'm old. When you get old, you need to have physical therapy and stuff, because your body is starting to fall apart. So, don't get old, stay young. It sucks getting old. I guess I actually don't have any sword combat poses in here. So we'll probably just have to make one ourselves. It doesn't take that long, at least, to do. Or we can just be walking or something. I don't know. I'm sure we can have some sort of little cute pose here or something. I thought I had some combat ones. I guess I don't have combat stuff already done. Usually the stuff I do though tends to involve modeling firearms and whatnot. I'm more familiar with firearms than I am with swords. However, I have been lately. I've been binging all of Forge and Fire. I've been starting at season 1 and I'm now in season 2. I'll be making my way through Forge and Fire. So this here, I think, is probably a decent pose. We can go ahead and flip that. There we go. I might adjust, some things here, but this pose maybe
adjust how we're looking a bit. Might want to rotate the blade itself a little bit there. Actually, I'm not really a big fan of this pose now. I'm looking at it more heavily. Our blade definitely needs to be rotated a little bit though. I don't know, I could have sworn this app had better poses for swords. It's been a while since I've actually like looked at here. I usually take the time out to do my poses entirely by hand. If you end up with better looking poses overall if you do it all by hand. It just takes quite a while to do, and I don't really have that time right now to worry about like doing that. So I'm just gonna pick something kind of like decent looking, and then we'll go from there. Cause then, like, this one's good if we had a two-handed sword. We won't have a one-handed weapon. We don't have a two-handed weapon. You know what? Let me go here. We're gonna go to see here. Type in sword. See if anything shows up here out of these. That looks like there's a few here that might be kind of good. Sword pose like badass. Okay, we don't have any like super fancy swords that we're using. But we'll see here. Again, this would be good if it was two-handed. We have one-handed sword, so that doesn't really work for us. That's just the life of a one-handed sword user, I suppose. Although, to be honest, with the design of the Keyblade, I actually think it would be more effective had it been a two-handed weapon. In my opinion, I'm not a blade expert by any means. I'm not a blunt object expert, but I do feel like it probably would have been more effective. Combat. Let's have in combat. Fight though. Probably just type in Japanese. Fighting stance. Let's type in stance and see. I don't know. I really thought that there would have been like better stuff, better poses here in the workshop. I used to upload poses to the workshop. I haven't in a long time, but I used to. Okay. I don't know. I could have sworn that there would have been like more stuff. I mean, probably if I search in Japanese, probably gonna be like better stuff. But Japanese when you're tired kind of sucks. So my Japanese at least sucks when I'm tired. So it's not really worth it to me to try to remember a bunch of stuff right now. Actually, maybe it's here. Samurai. We'll search in English. Still. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. Okay. You know what? There's probably a decent pose here under the default tab. Actually, surprisingly, better poses for fighting. It looks like. So we can do like this one, and then like be preparing for whatever. Oh, here we go. This looks fine. Yeah, this looks like it'll work. And then let's add to this. Let's expand upon this. And first off, I'm going to take our blade here, and let's rotate the blade in this direction. We'll rotate the blade, so we have to adjust the rotation of it. The one downside of like posing stuff is a little bit annoying sometimes. To pose things. Also, actually, technically have to needs to be in such a way that it's not gonna like slip in. That's another thing I never understood about the blade. He doesn't even like he can't even like store when he's using it. That handle guard hits your wrist.
so like you can't even have your blade indexed properly. It's I don't know. I'm over analyzing it, and I recognize that I'm over analyzing it, but still, like, come on, Sora, you could have done better. You could have had something way better than a Keyblade, I think. But I know if I say that, then the whole like Kingdom Hearts fandom is gonna be all over me, saying that I don't know fuck all, and I mean, they're probably right, but still. Okay, good enough there. Okay, what I'm gonna do is let's expand upon this a little bit. So we're gonna add some more props to the scene here. So let's start off. Let's see here. I believe there is a prop in here of a ground. It's gonna be like a little circular ground, kind of like a stand. Should be in here somewhere. Oh, here it is. So we have like this here. Bring this down. And maybe let's actually go ahead and scale this inwards. 0.6 across the board. 0.6 and then 0.6. Bring that up like so. Yeah, it should be fine there. Okay, and actually maybe bring it back just a little bit. And actually, should we flip this? Should we flip our pose here? I feel like it looks better with the sword back there, but I don't know. That's fine. I'm going to actually, raise us up a little bit. Should be good there. Make sure we're looking at our enemy more than anything. All right. And then let's go ahead and actually bring this foot down so slightly. Go and save our pose. We're not done yet though. We have some visual effects we can add. So we can add here, maybe we want to have like some sort of like mana thing forming in our hand or something, because there is still magic in Kingdom Hearts, so we're gonna have some sort of effect here to suggest that there's like some sort of like magic effect. I don't know, we'll have to find a good one. If not, we can always make our own later. I just don't feel like making one right now, but we could also make our own pretty easily. So maybe we'll take like this one. We'll attach it over here to our left hand. Let's go ahead and scale this down quite a bit, so like 0.4. Yeah, 0.4 should probably work. That's still a little bit too big, I think, for me, but we're getting close. And then 0.2. I don't know. Yeah, we can have like some sort of like magic charge something. We can actually also change the colors of this, which is really nice. So we can have like different colors for it. I feel like blue, pretty standard for magic. We can also adjust other stuff, and we can freeze it. Somewhat freeze it, like not really like freezing, but we can somewhat freeze it. And we can add a background here of, I don't know. We'll find like a little background to use. Probably bring it down a little bit. I don't know, none of these backgrounds really are standing out to me, and I just don't feel like importing a complete environment right now. So maybe we won't use any of these. Yeah, I don't think we'll use any of these because I'm not really feeling any of them. Go. It's a little bit too bright or too dark. It's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes to figure out stuff. So might want to use like orthographic view maybe. Here, if we set our camera and then rotate our camera this way. I like to use orthographic view depending on what it is we're doing, but I think
having an isometric view is probably fine enough. Alright, we'll just make it a clear background. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot that those were a thing in here. Now, there's actually these 360-degree HDRIs now, which are really useful for certain things, depending on what it is you're trying to do. Having an HDRI is like a godsend. Yeah, we'll just go with transparent background. We can come here now. We're going to do 2880 by 3840. That's going to give us a 4K resolution image to throw onto Twitter. We can turn on Bloom, maybe Bloom Unity. Bloom Unity has some nice little look to it. Also maybe adjust our contrast. Not that much contrast, but you know, adjust our contrast just a little bit. Let's turn it off. First thing I want to do actually, ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion adds a whole lot to an image. So we'll go ahead and just add a little bit there. Basically it just affects the shadows, but I like the way it does affect shadows. I'm also going to turn off shadows under our light settings. So we're going to go bring shadows off. We want this to kind of feel like we are a little action figure or something. And I don't know, maybe we'll pick a different angle or something. I might move that hand a little bit. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I don't know, right here is probably fine. Okay. It's pretty clear that that's a Keyblade, I think. Yeah, pretty clear. Let's actually hide that. Yeah, we'll hide that for now. And then there's other stuff we can do, like have these little manga flashes. You can do an outline for it. Actually, an outline might not be a bad idea, because that does add a little bit of separation when we're going to put it onto a transparent background. So we do a little bit of an outline for it. There's like blurs and other stuff we can do. We can add rain, RGB filters, all kinds of filters in this tool here. Following effects do not support transparency. Oh, okay. Good to know that they don't support transparency. Kind of a neat little effect though. You can do better. I'll do another stream at some point where I'll show you how to make manga style images, because I have a way of doing them where I use Photoshop, and I have a whole process for turning stuff into manga with Photoshop. And I can show like an example of that real quick. See here, where to go. Posing. So like this here, this image here, the pose was done in VRM posing, which is the tool we're using right now. So the pose was done in VRM posing. The background was an image that was really like detailed stuff, like one of those like anime backgrounds you can find on like I think I got it from itch.io. It's either itch or what's the other site? I can't remember. I think I got the background from itch though. But anyways, I took a background, I took screenshots of my model in VRM posing, and then I threw it onto Photoshop, and I did the entire manga effect in Photoshop. So one of these days, when I'm not as tired and I don't have work the next day, we could do like a whole tutorial on how to make manga panels, because I've done like complete manga pages where we've had like 4 or 5 panels with them. So that's a lot better looking doing it this way than it is to say, you know, come down here and to click the manga tab or manga button. Not as good as the Photoshop method. So that's something we'll cover in another stream at some point, is how to do that. But I like this outline, so we'll keep the outline there. I don't want lens distortion. Depth of field. Do we want depth of field? Focal distance. You know what? We don't need it. It will. If we had more stuff in the background, if we actually had stuff in the background, it would make a lot more sense to have the depth of field there. But since we don't, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. I think that's honestly probably good. We don't need to worry about bloom or anything. I'm gonna go ahead and export that to the VRM posing folder here. Might change up the pose just a slight bit, real quick. I'm actually thinking probably better to have the pose more like this, and then have this other arm back here. If I can select it, be kind of, you know, off to the side a little bit, more down here. I think that actually looks a little bit better, and we can get a better angle. Oh, maybe this way we have a better angle, actually. I think this is, yeah, definitely a better angle here. So what we can then do is, let's kind of grab that bone. So we'll go to this angle. Actually, let's Control Z on that. But yeah, this angle is a lot better. Let's go and do a blend shape here. We'll do my angry blend shape, and then maybe not that angry, but have a little bit of anger and a little bit of not surprised. Actually, let's do this manually because it works a lot better if I do it manually. So we'll go eyes angry, and then we have our angry focused eyes. We're going to grab our mouth next. So mouth down here, mouth angry. It's more of a pout with my current blend shapes because I don't know, I gave my model a pout more than an anger face. But I think what we can do is we can go like, I don't know, 38.2% on that. And then we will open our mouth by coming down here and going like O or something. Maybe A would work better. First off, let's go ahead and save this camera rotation. So we'll save the camera position. Zoom in. And if we zoom in, we can fine tune how our mouth looks. Now just kind of show it. Hey, you know, we're angry at you. We're gonna be, you know, coming at you with blade or something. See here, what else should we change? Our brows, not surprised, not sorrow. Fun. Yeah, I don't really have like an angry face on this model. I just don't really care to have like an angry face, I suppose. But I think that should be fine as it is. Our fangs aren't going to show up because of the angle, but it's whatever. We do have like different toggles for different stuff, so we can actually, you know. Oh wait, it's not working. Oh wait, why is it not working actually? So the rings are going on and off. Did VRM posing break here? It might have broken. Oh, here it is. Yeah, my model actually has like color sliders, so we can change our color and whatnot. So we can become blonde, it could be brunette, I can have black hair. Usually for like the spooky stuff, I tend to have like black hair for like Halloween. I'm just gonna go with like my Halloween style here. Also have like toggles for the bandages. I can do much better toggles now. I've learned how to do the toggles much more effectively. So eventually, the next version of my model, we will clean up these toggles quite a bit. I'll make them a little bit better looking. Also, this glowing toggle didn't even work at all. I tried doing a glowing effect. I know how to do the glowing effect now. It just didn't work at all when I tried it the first time. Yeah, there we go. So, got a little bit better of an expression. Let's go and pull back up our camera shape here. And save that. Make sure this is nice and centered, like so. And we now have a screenshot to throw onto Twitter later when we are ready to call it for tonight, which will probably be in a short bit. I don't know, it's kind of like weird that we can't just like adjust the color of the background. You would think that we would be able to by now. There's other stuff we could do technically. I could just load in a blank plane here, and then we could adjust the plane or whatever. But it's fine. It's not like a huge deal. Also, there's lighting effects too. If you want to do lighting, we're not gonna do that tonight though. Um, Sometime soon we'll just do like a full scene build. I just don't have the time or energy for it right now. Okay, but I think that's good. Let's go ahead and take a look at that image that we just saved real quick. Should be this one here, and yeah, look at that. We are now like a little mini or little figure here with we have a keyblade, and we're ready for the attack. So I think it looks good to me. I think this is probably a good stopping point for the night. So we'll find someone to raid real quick, and I'm going to try to clean up the Keyblade model a bit more. I might just redo it all entirely from scratch because I didn't realize halfway through it something got rotated, and that kind of bugged me. I cleaned it up as best as I could, but it's basically the same issue you'd have if you're doing blacksmithing and you're forging, and you go to quench your blade, you get a warp in your blade, which means that there's a bend somewhere in your blade or a bend in your tang, and we had a warp at some point because I wasn't paying attention when modeling in Blender. So, but we cleaned it up as best as we could. I think it looks good personally. I'm satisfied with how the Keyblade turned out. I didn't do any like special materials for it tonight. We can do special materials later, but it is well optimized for being used in like Unity or other like game engines. We did a lot of like optimization cleanup for it, and I think that was good of us to do. We'll see about getting on Booth. I'm not sure, and if I do decide I'm gonna put it on Booth, what I'm going to do is I will also model a chain to go here, as we didn't do the chain tonight, but I'll also do a chain with it. And what we'll do then is I'll add physics to the chain if I decide to add or throw it onto Booth. But yeah, I think this is a good spot, and looks like I don't have anyone to actually raid. No one's online right now, so you know what? I got like one person we can raid. So let's go say hi to Maka. They are a fox spirit, really cute, really hyperactive. They're one of the most hyperactive VTubers I personally know. So we're gonna say hi to them, and I'll throw that screenshot on Twitter. I will see you all on Sunday. Because right now my streaming schedule is Sunday through Wednesday. That's going to be changing soon. But yeah, I'll see you all on Sunday. Have a wonderful night.